Il n'y aura pas de questions.
En fait, on va faire un workshop, donc il n'y aura pas besoin.
D'accord. Ok, bah sinon vous me cherchez là-bas à mon bureau.
Ça marche. I think we can start because otherwise we won't have the time. So welcome everyone. I am super happy to have you here. Apologies behind because I can hear you. As I said, welcome everyone. I'm super happy to have you today. My name is Camille Françoise. I'm in the board of Wikimedia France. And today I wanted to introduce you to what we have been doing at Wikimedia France in terms of conflict of interest in a way of organizing the governance. So my talk is from good faith to good governance, tackling conflict of interest in the volunteer movement. And I don't know if actually my co-worker Vincent is in the room, but absolutely not. So I worked in a board on this subject with Vincent Galliaguet and with the committee of conflict of interest. I don't see any representative of that committee today, but maybe some will be joining later. So what happened behind this talk, and actually which is a workshop, is that we thought, okay, we are doing some efforts in terms of governance to improve how we are managing conflict of interest within our chapter. And we thought it would be...
Sorry, technical note, please.
Yes, next to it. Okay, like that? You prefer it? Okay. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. And I thought, okay, we are doing that. We are putting a lot of effort and a lot of resources within our organization to be able to tackle this question of conflict of interest. And we thought that maybe other chapters and other affiliates would be actually interested into learning what we have been doing. So I am taking a standard case, our case, the Wikimedia France case. And some of you may know, because you've been part of Wikimedia France for a long time, in 2017, we actually had a governance crisis. And so it's a bit less than 10 years. We had an undisclosed relationship between the president and the director. So it created like a case of conflict of interest. And it created a crisis at the level of the organization. And what we've seen about what it created as a challenge was challenges about the decision-making around, for instance, a conflict of interest within this relationship could be raising some issues like HR decisions, because obviously the president is the manager of the director. So obviously you have a conflict of interest in terms of like how are you managing your partner or your lover when you're making HR decisions, impartiality and fairness, the question of transparency, because it was known for some members or some people of the governance, but not everyone. And because you don't have any proof, it's difficult to actually raise that topic publicly or actually to raise awareness around it. You have also like illegitimacy. I'm not sure actually I've written that properly, but anyway, of the influence between the board and the director. How does the board manage a team when you have such a conflict of interest? And of course, in our case, we had also a case of harassment and aggressive behaviors towards the members and the staff. So you can see it was a pretty big crisis for Wikimedia France. But we've learned a lot from that. We've learned a lot, and I thought, because I am not the only one working on that, and because other chapters also face those crises sometimes, it's important that we talk about those moments and that we are able to kind of draw conclusion or see how we could improve ourselves in this. What is the impact? It's a volcano of consequences. So you can see this wonderful image that I took from Wikicommons. It was, they were together.
Romantic one.
Yeah, a romantic relationship. Undisclosed one.
Are they still together? Did they marry?
I am super happy to tell you yes, but it doesn't, honestly, at that stage, it created so much issues and governance crisis that honestly, I don't think this is relevant. What it creates as an impact? It damages the trust of the members. It damages the trust of the staff and the global community's trust. Because of course, we talked about it with other chapters, and you can see when you have this kind of crisis that it creates a lot of distrust within the movement. In our case, it also created like a high turnover of the team. people didn't want to stay working for Wikimedia France, which is actually a big issue when you're trying to build something. We've lost volunteers, a lot of people, and I just talked to someone just before that actually mentioned that they left Wikimedia France because of that crisis, because of the harassment, because of the lack of trustworthiness. We also have seen also a loss of donations, and I talked to people in the past that told me, well, I stopped giving after that crisis. And I'm like, okay, we are trying to rebuild this better. But I understand, of course, that it creates this lack of trust. And it obviously damages the organization reputation and trustworthiness. And so basically, what this crisis told us is that we have a lack of infrastructure in terms of governance to be able to tackle the conflict of interest at that time. And that we needed to actually build this resilient infrastructure of governance to be able to prevent another crisis to happen, at least on that front. And it's where the community has been actually pretty great. After that crisis, what happened, and I apologize because I was actually unsure if it was in 2018 or before or after, but the members of Wikimedia France that stay in the organization, they actually created a working group, working on conflict of interest, because they were afraid of that would happen again. And then, step by step, we turned it into a committee on the conflict of interest. And we still have this committee to today. What we have been doing step by step is to proceed with guidelines to elect this committee. So we have members of the organization that are actually being elected by to become part of the committee. And to actually be able to give recommendations to the organization, to the board, about potential conflict of interest. Why they are doing this? It's also because... sorry. Thank you. Why we are doing this is because conflict of interest can happen everywhere. It can happen with board members, it can happen with members, it can happen with the staff, and you do need people looking at that. What happens if a board member has a conflict of interest? What happens if a staff has a conflict of interest? Or a volunteer that is working on project? Or like, it can happen, and it's important to have people that are independent and be able to actually look at that. So what we've done step by step is that in 2024, we had the first training of the staff, some of the staff and some of the board members with a consultancy called Probitas, which is based in Paris. And basically she trained us of understanding what is the conflict of interest, what are the issues, how we can solve them, what are potentially the strategies that we could have to actually do that. And in 2025, well, we've been also again training the staff, so we try to reiterate, because the more people in the organization to be able to be trained about conflict of interest is going to provide a better understanding to the whole infrastructure of our chapter. So we are trying to train step by step the staff, the board members, the governance committee, and general members. After the next General Assembly, we have another training. It's open, it's free, people of our organization can come. And then now we are continuing our efforts. But I want to explain a little bit more. So this is our infrastructure in terms of governance. Here is our General Assembly, volunteers and contributors, the staff, and then we have the different committees that actually are working on the governance. So we are the board members, the conflict of interest committee, an audit committee to check the processes of the organization. Are we compliant with some of the legal infrastructure that we need to be compliant with? And the electoral committee when it comes to the election of members. And it's at this moment it's how it is designed. So I think it's important for you to understand. And then the question is like, actually, what does the conflict of interest committee? Well, at that moment, and we hope that we will give it more power and more ability to react to have more power and more capacity. But the people from the board, the committee, they receive and check the conflict of interest declaration of the candidates of the board. So, for instance, as a board member, if there is anything happening to me, like I don't know, I have a new position, and it could be in a conflict of interest with my current position, or I get some money from whatever reason, I need to declare it. I need to update my own declaration to the committee and say, well, this is what I do, and check if there is. I ask them to check if they have if they identify a conflict of interest. This year, what we've implemented is like actually we implemented the declaration for the staff as well. So we've just finished a couple of months ago a declaration for the staff, meaning that the staff as well is required to express if they feel like there is a potential conflict of interest between their position and actual other position. For example, I don't know, I would not, I don't know, we are deciding to redo our website, and then we are hiring the partner of a staff member which is doing web design for that. This is a conflict of interest because there is a benefit of that person, and this needs to be identified and to be able to be declared, so we could actually check it to make sure that there is no, that we are safe in terms of transparency and choices. We also actually, I think this needs to actually happen, but we are willing to actually receive information about the new contracts to be able to check that. So when the organization is contracting with someone else, that we are able to check if there is a conflict of interest based on the declaration that we've received. And of course, it can alert the boards, or the boards can actually require some information when we have a doubt about the potential conflict of interest, because the problem of conflict of interest, it's a lot of time it's in good faith, but sometimes it is also hidden in purpose. And then we need to actually have information if the content, if there is a dubious case. And of course, the committee can be called upon by any member or staff. It means that you can be any member in the community of Wikimedia France, and you can say, well, I think there is a conflict of interest there, and I would love the conflict of interest committee to be able to look into it and tell us if this is true or not. How to become a conflict of interest member? Well, we are, as a member, as I mentioned, we are electing them at this moment. So we have, for now, we have 4 people, and they put their application towards the community exactly the same way the board does, and then they are elected based on their applications. And what we want to try in the future, and we've implemented that this year, is actually to require all the members to tick a box within their membership to say if they are willing to contribute to the committee of interest, of conflict of interest. Why we are doing this is because the people that are interested in being member of the the committee, sometimes themselves have interest, and actually it's interesting to see that if you could pick randomly to have the most objective perspective, because anybody here could be someone that checks conflict of interest based on the declaration, and we don't need only people that have an interest on becoming this. So we are trying to actually draw more members within that role. Oh no, I am on the, thank you. And so what I mentioned before, like we've developed annual training with our consultants, we've reinforced the conflict of interest committee, and we are trying to work more with the board together, like actually to actually be able to make decision and to implement the governance strategies that we want. We've set up the declaration of conflict of interest for board members and for the staff. But what we want to develop is indeed, we want to continue. At this moment, we are just midway. We have still so much to do, and it's a long process to do in terms of governance. And what our consultants actually mentioned, Probitas, is that, for instance, we have a lot of different documents that we need to create. For instance, a gift policy. A gift policy is something that when you receive like a gift, like you're invited to that conference and they pay for your travel, or you're invited to do this. Or for instance, Rémi, the director of Wikimedia France, we joke a lot about that, but like I think 10 years ago, they sent a box of champagne bottles. And then what do you do with it? Who is sending it to you? And what do they want to give you that? And we were like, I was not there at the time, but the question is like, what do you do? Are you supposed to give something back? We don't know. So you need to declare it, to express like the potential, because if it's a recurring thing, then it becomes an issue. If it happens one time, it's okay. But if someone is always sending you some gifts, maybe they expect something back. We also want to define and clarify the processes for all members to be able to indeed be more clear about the gift policy, for instance, but also the internal governance policy. We would love to actually implement like a whistleblowing policy, of course, because it happens. Abuse of power can happen, harassment can happen, and at this moment, in many organizations, what do you do when you do that? You can tell your director, you can take the head of the organization, but what if it's the head of the organization? What do you do then? You're talking to the board. Do you dare? I mean, it's very complicated. So actually, it is important to have a committee which is independent that would be able to receive this question and be able to say, well, we've received this. It's anonymous. We will not tell you what it is. But then it can inform the staff or the director or the board and say, well, we've received this. How do we deal with this? And they can investigate themselves. At this moment, our issue is that the recommendation of the committee, they are not binding. And that's what we want to change as well. We want to make it binding. So actually, the board would have to listen to the committee. Because right now we can actually, as a board member, I have the power to disregard what they say. And I do find it's an issue because obviously if a board member has a conflict of interest, it's very easy to say, well, at the end I'm making the decision. So it's not important. What is a conflict of interest? And I'm just checking the time. Okay. The EGO definition is, for the purposes of this act, a conflict of interest means any situation of interference between a public interest and a private interest that is likely to influence or appear to influence, which makes it even extra tricky. It's not only to influence, it's also, it could be to appear to influence. And for us, it creates a lot of discussion. The independent, impartial, and objective exercise of a function. And I think I invite you to check in your own national law what is the definition of a conflict of interest. And to be fair, I'm only talking of conflict of interest, but you have so many derivatives of that. Because then in France, we also have something about if you're using your network to influence wrongly. And you could do that. I mean, it's very easy to be rogue. So we need to work on that. And so actually to get the situation of conflict of interest, you need three things. And those three things, they are combined. In France, it's an interest. So someone has an interest into something. Plus combined with an interference. So like an interest in public-private, like it can be direct or indirect. It can be material. It could be moral. It could be now or in the future, so it's you have to see the scope is huge. Interference, so the material, geographical in time, and the intensity. And this is where I found it's really interesting. Because sometimes, for instance, let's say, an example that we had is that, we had a case in the board of Wikimedia France of someone that was in a other association of free software. And the question was, can you be in the board of Wikimedia France and represent also the free software organization? And it's interesting because the question was like, if you're at the board of an organization, you have actually a strong power to influence decision-making of that organization. So the intensity is really high because you have the power of making a change and influencing things. But if you're just a member of something, like of the same organization, then your influence is actually rather small because you're not in a governance, you're not making the strategic plans, you're not making the strategic decisions, and then the intensity is actually pretty low. And it's what you need to consider when you're working on those things, is that, okay, are you able to influence strategically or not? If you're in both sides or not. And for instance, it was a board member of Wikimedia France and he was just a member in another organization. So his capacity to influence to influence us or them was actually pretty low because he didn't have the same power everywhere. Sorry. And now, because it is a workshop and we still have a bit of time, I wanted to suggest to people in that room, and I know it's the morning, and everybody actually we didn't get coffee yet, and I know the pain it is, because actually I ran to the place to get a coffee before this presentation, so I feel the pain. But I will invite you to work on a case, or several cases actually, because I have some papers, and I wonder if you would follow me in this. So I propose to make a case study, and I will give you some paper, and we will do some groups. Don't run away. And then basically, I give you 10 minutes to read the case and see what you would do in that situation. In that particular situation of that case, what would be your strategy? Do you have actually a policy within your organization or not? And we will check that. Then we will do you have 10 minutes to make your own strategy with your team. And then we would just do a quick restitution of your case. But before we do that, I wanted to do an icebreaker because I thought it's actually pretty hard to get people standing up. So I would invite you, if you don't mind, to stand up. And I will do an icebreaker moving debate. Does anyone know what is a moving debate? No. Okay. So I'm going to ask you questions, and you need to move in a room based on what I am asking you. So, for instance, the first question would be, how comfortable are you with the question of conflict of interest? You are not comfortable at all. It's the first time you talk about it, you've heard about it. You're very comfortable with it. And in the middle, you can decide how graduate you are. Like here, it's like you feel like you're neutral, you have a middle experience. No experience, a lot of experience. Please decide where you stand. No experience here, and a lot of experience over there. No experience, a lot of, you feel like you're 0, 100%, and here you are like, okay, I think I know a bit. Okay. It's interesting. Actually, I'm curious. I don't know, maybe Karine, maybe you could explain to us why you've been putting yourself here. Where is the second? Oh, okay.
Do you need a mic?
Yes. For the online, yes.
Yeah, of course. So I put myself here because I've been working for the Swedish state quite a long time as a state-employed museum person, and their conflict of interest was also always a big issue. So it basically went down to you cannot accept anything more than like a pen from whoever. And there were several policies, of course, when you work with collections and you deaccession collections or you buy stuff and stuff like that. So that's why I'm not, as I just joined Wikimedia Sweden for 10 months ago, I'm maybe not as comfortable with conflict of interest that might appear in the wiki world, but I think I have a good grasp of the concept.
Okay. Of course. Thank you so much for sharing. I have another question for you. Oh, no. Thank you, because I don't remember what I've written. So do you have a conflict of interest policy in your chapter or in your affiliate movement? So a committee. Do you have a committee on that topic? You don't have any committee on that topic? Sorry.
Is it a committee or a policy?
A committee? We do the policy after. You have a committee? You don't have a committee. Sorry, I switch. It's to make you move. I really like the Wikimedia France chapter, which is on its own over there. Okay, that's good to know. And do you have a policy? So you have a policy on conflict of interest? You don't have a policy.
What about if we have one but I didn't know until I just got one?
It's still yes. Okay. That's interesting. That's really good, actually, when you think about it. It's like half of the room, more than half of the room has a chapter with a policy on conflict of interest. Okay? And then I wonder something which is a volcano of consequences. Have you ever had a crisis in your chapter or affiliate which is related to conflict of interest? Just to know, you had a conflict of interest crisis and we did not. You have to pick. Okay, interesting. Okay, but no, I am also. To be honest, I'm also here. So I mean, and that's the point. That's why we are here. Okay. So now, because we've done that, I would like to move forward to the mini workshop part. I have some papers here with 3 different situations. And I would like you to constitute groups. So maybe we could say, I don't know how many. Maybe we could do 3 groups, or is it too big? Maybe 4 groups? 4 groups, and we could divide like here. Wait a minute. Because then you have all the people that are experienced in one side, and then people that we are not experienced. So I would say, yeah, maybe, or maybe I can say take your seats again. Indeed, Karine mentioned that. Take your seats again, 2 seconds. We will see where you sit, and then we can split the room in 4. Sorry.
It's for the online, right?
I know. I am really bad at holding the mic correctly. Okay, so now we are here. And you're comfortable on your seat and you think you're going to stay there, but no. Okay, so we split the room in 2, and then from the lady with the pink hair, you will be on that side, I think. Yes. We do 4 groups. I would say you're maybe case 1, your case 2, your case 3, and I think we will say case 2 again. So we have 2 things that are doing the same case, but it's going to be interesting to see the different outputs. So I'm going to distribute to you some papers in your group. And it's a single sentence for the case.
Okay.
Wait, you can have
want
several.
three?
Sorry.
Let me to take some for you.
Yeah, take some. Yeah. Yes. I give you 10 minutes to read and to kind of thing. You will see on the document you have different group A, B, C, but just do all the parts. Il y en a plusieurs. There are several. You can take some as well. Like that. Okay.
This group turned out
Yes.
to be small, so maybe
You're a
we
very
should
small
rearrange.
group. If you want, maybe then if you prefer to, you can join the second group too. Yes. Oh, wait. Do they have the paper there also?
Thank you.
No, don't. Okay. You have it. Okay, I'm taking one. So just before you completely start, you have the case on one side, and then you have an analytic framework on the other side, so you can check it. Merci
You
beaucoup.
gave me the paper. the
Yeah,
extra
I'm sorry.
We figured it out.
if you take the case, you can just do the whole case, because actually normally we could divide between all the group, but I would suggest that you take one case and then you do all the question. You do A, B, C.
So you prefer we take just one situation?
Yes, like I think because of the number of the group, it would be easier.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, of course. Excusez-moi.
T'as pas une version française ou pas?
Oh no, I don't. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just asked because I thought that, but
Non, mais je comprends totalement. Quand vous regardez la vidéo, c'est que moi, là, tout ça, ça part dans le stream. Ça part en même temps dans l'écran et en même temps dans le stream. Oui, c'est enregistré. Oui, logiquement, oui, pas tout. Pas tout, mais 90%.
Civic journalist, and so on.
But I think it would be then, I mean, if the best way would be to have this person step away from the discussion and decisions of today.
There is policy there that if I say that if you're like something tells us in a vote on something that you have an interest in, the policy should outline that you must step away.
What if more than one board member has this conflict of interest? What if 4 board members work in that organization? What are you gonna do?
So the best, as I was going to say, the best suggestion is if the board member can step away, but if that is for any reason not possible, then there needs to be the declaration that there is a total sort of transparency of that they have this conflict of interest. And I think it should always be possible to take in other members to help with this decision. If there's like a complete follow-up. Also, I think there shouldn't be a board where all members are employed by the same organization, because the whole board.
Well, sometimes it happens.
Yes, but then that's what policy is about, that you make sure that it does not happen.
Well, you either have a board as it is, or nobody wants to go to the board and it's just not elected, so you can disassemble the organization and go home.
That's just the thing.
That's kind of thing we are facing. There are not many people who want to go to the board. They all have their skeletons in the closet. But if you refuse them right to be elected, then there is nobody somebody else to be elected.
I stopped doing after the
Close Wikimedia office on a padlock and go home.
someone that actually
I think to a certain degree we all have our interests in something. Because I know someone who might not want something because their partner has that specific job. So they're like, no, we're not going to do that because I know someone. And I think that's really important to know, but also to realize from yourself, like, what are my interests? And I'm not always sure that people know that or they realize that and how much you influence things.
So the issue is, if we go back to the ABC competency, the qualification of the risk is that there is a risk, and because it's a board member, they have influence on risk organizations where the big risk is.
Does this person themselves think they are a risk? Because maybe they're like, oh, but I'm just a risk. Maybe they don't think they are a risk.
Yeah,
Maybe other people
I consider anybody a risk who says that.
everybody is.
Is it public, private, or state? The choice of the current occasion is the
Which is going to assume that it's very good.
And it doesn't matter if it's $50, $5,000, it doesn't matter, they're still.
So, and exactly, I think it's important to remember that you cannot say for yourself that there's no conflict of interest, but it's good if there is written possibility. And that people say, like, I have this conflict of interest, but as we are in a situation that I cannot step down.
I mean, I think we have to stop at 25, right?
Yes, we have to be finished at 12.
I think in a minute I would tell them that, in a few minutes I would tell them that they have to think about the strategy. So I can give them an extra minute, and then I will ask them to pick someone in the group to give a restitution, and then I think we are all good. I just want them to be able to, that everybody takes a bit of the speech for themselves to be able to have a grasp of the discussion.
Really good at advising, they just shouldn't advise about their own projects or company.
The actual written traceability, I would hope there would be something in the board minutes of your meeting, but then if you needed to, you could have in Australia call it a register of interest, and then you'll have that put in the register of interest. It might be different terms in other places, but so it's not just there. But that needs to be made transparent to your community so they can see. There's no point having the minutes and then not putting them out publicly, because then the community don't know what's happening.
But yeah, I was thinking something similar to you. Like, in small countries like Slovakia has like 5 million people, right? And the NGO sector is tiny, right? So there is gonna be some overlap. And
Exactly what I mean.
we even like, I think even in the Wikiverse, we even kind of like look for people who are from similar organizations to join our board so that they have, similar views and similar experience and so on. So I feel like, how practical can this kind of thing be?
There were even situations when two people from civic center encountered each other, and sometimes later, you are a Wikipedian? Yes, why didn't you tell me? I'm also a Wikipedian. It happens all the time.
Well, but yeah, like to finish the thought, like, okay, I don't think I can finish it, but like, the thing is, like, if you go too strict, like, we're gonna start running out of possible board members, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean that you have to be excluded to be a board member. It only means there is one thing that you
Yeah, you're quite right.
and that you have possible policies in place to make sure that
Small time check. I invite you maybe to consider talking about the strategy of how how would you approach this if it happened to you in your organization. It's a time check. It's a moment. I agree with you. I think there's a strategy in case you want to be able to discuss on how you would approach that. Yeah, indeed. Maybe you're already there? Yes. Oh, sorry. I didn't. Just want to give you a time check.
Yeah, maybe you want to tell them
Are you already in the strategy moment?
We just need to finish the job, and after that we work on it.
Here, so it is always good reside for partnership because there is a person who understands both sides. Yes, the conflict of interest, but somehow it works good in creating new partnerships and bridge too. Yes.
But that does mean that other companies might be excluded because maybe I wanted a job as well, and now you're not picking me because you know them.
Having an underwriting, okay, we need this service, looking for a commercial provider to provide it, then it's a different
Well, companies are interested in profit. If you pick another companies, they usually profit. But NGOs are interested in some idea. If some NGO sees that another NGO was big to achieve NGO's idea, they will be glad because their goal is to achieve this idea, no matter will they participate or not. If like Greenpeace sees that someone else was chosen to protect nature, why not?
We're not here what you're saying. Giving ideas on a high
And there is also a question of resources, work done, time allocation, we need a videographer for yesterday. I can ask my colleague and he will meet you in 1 hour and help us in the job. Or you can do it right, you know, stand here and then set up a community from Berkeley. And they say, okay, let me
You have 5 minutes left before I'm asking you to pick someone in your team to actually give a short output, you know. 5 minutes left for the strategy.
first option is has a bit of conflict of interest, but it's so much easier and saves a lot of effort and time.
get very old. This is their first chance at coffee, so you know what I mean.
Away from the title, away from the title while they are discussing deciding issue. And if the person is high enough, for example, they decide whether
Okay. I think we are at 20. So I wonder, yes, thank you very much. I wonder if you would be all okay to actually pick someone to actually do a very short delivery of your strategy if you were facing that case. And I wonder, have you picked someone in your team? I know in that group, yes. But, okay. Who would like to start to explain what's the thinking of your group on that case? Do you maybe you can either come or the mic can come to you. Thank you, Anne.
We have the situation too where volunteers carry out occasional paid assignment for an association. And it's very different in legal part for every country. Like in France, we need a contract. In Switzerland, you can without. And in each country, it was different.
Oh, wow.
But we talk about reputational risk and inequity in choice of people. Who is the person who can be paid? And we agreed about the necessity of define that before any payment and to have a lot of transparency to the choice and very clear fiche de poste.
Description of the job.
Description of the job and description of the payment and to be the more transparent possible and have the explanation about why this person is paid and not this, but to respect the confidentiality.
So you would create a framework to provide clarity to everyone on why this exists and why those choices have been made.
We doesn't pronounce the time framework because it was very the beginning of the discussion, I think, but it is the idea.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. Also interesting to see that actually it would be also different, seen differently in different countries. Maybe we can pass to the other group.
Can I ask you to come over here so that we don't have red
And
lanyards in the camera?
you can explain your
Is it
case as
okay?
well.
Maybe stand right there.
Okay, so I'll stand right there. So we had a situation 3, external activist involvement. If a board member or employee is involved in another organization, either union, association, activist, collective, whose interest may be close to or diverge from those of the association, what should we do? So the work focus for the analysis of apparent risk, we clearly separated the question when it is a board member, where we think it should always be disclosed as a possible conflict of interest because they are a board member. They have a power of decision which is very high. So the conflict, even potential, should be disclosed. The employee is very different. The conflict of interest may be disclosed if the employee has a forward-looking job. If they may be the public face of the association in some manner, because their own activism may reflect on the organization. So this may be interesting and must be taken into account. So, but if the employee does not have this kind of role, so depending on the job of the employee, he may also keep his life private. And a union is a protected association. So in most cases, he should not have to disclose any conflict of interest. There was also the point that a conflict of interest may be realized or only potential. And sometimes it may not need to be revealed if it is only potential. For example, they work with someone else in the association, there is a link. But if there is never any decision from the board member, for the employee, if there is never any decision from them which can influence or anything, why should they disclose? And only when they are asked something which is in conflict with their activism, then it may need to be disclosed. I cannot take this duty, for example, because I work, I do this on the side. And also, we were talking about red lights and warning signs. It can be very hard to spot a conflict of interest. Often it needs whistleblowers. And so it needs to be thought before. There needs to be processes in place and people to report before the realization of any conflict of interest, so that in case something appears, it can be reported safely and privately as much as possible, so that the situation is known to the organization.
That's very complete. Thank you very much for this thorough output. Really interesting. And maybe now we could also hear from the AS group.
Okay.
Thank you. So we had situation number 1, employee director of a partner, which means that a board member is employed by an organization that is a partner of the association. They take part in a decision concerning the allocation of funding or an agreement, a partnership with that organization. And we first qualified the risk and said that there definitely is a risk, that there is a conflict of interest, because if the board member takes part in the decision of allocating funds, they will themselves benefit from that situation because they're employed. It's a bit, we discussed a little bit about how big the risk is, because we don't know where in the organization they are employed, so how direct their benefit will be. But the possible governance that we discussed was that the best way, we thought, would be if this board member could step away from that decision and just not take part in it at all. But then we also discussed we had a reality check on this safeguarding method, and said that in a lot of our boards at the Wikimedia movements, there's possibly not, it's not so easy that a board member totally steps away from a decision, because we might be dealing with a board of only 3 members, and if one steps away, it might be really difficult to get a decision. Or also, say if we're talking about this is a technical partnership, and this one board member is the only person with the technical expertise to actually have a say on that decision. We thought a good, then if you end up in this kind of situation, we thought that a good way forward would be a thorough declaration of conflict of interest, and then have this board member maybe sort of declare their position, why they think that this partner should be chosen, and give some arguments about it, but also always declare their conflict of interest, and maybe still leave the actual decision to other partners, but sort of outline the different possibilities and the consequences that they see. And we also talked about the situation that it could be that, like, all the board members have the same conflict of interest, because we're dealing with a small board, or we might be dealing, and we just sort of theoretically discussed that it's really important to make sure that you have a diverse board, and maybe not end up in that situation. So it's more like a sort of longevity case here. And if it is, then also again work with total transparency and declare and make sure that decisions are documented.
Thank you so much for everything you've been saying as well. Like all the groups, I found it really refreshing, and also to see everybody's thinking about this question. I think it's also really interesting and good and inspiring, to be honest. It's funny because at Wikimedia France, we have board members that are stepping out some decisions, and they cannot give their perspective on some topics because they have a conflict of interest, and they are getting out of the room, whether it is in a physical space or in a virtual space. And we really try to keep that. But anyway, I mean, at this moment, I'm aware that I'm standing between you and the coffee. So I will just move forward very quickly. I think for me, I wanted to give you my email address as well, or the board member that I've been working with, in case you want to discuss that further. I want to thank you all for what you've been doing. I mean, just the fact that we have this discussion is actually, for me, really reassuring, I think, also to see that we are all aware of those issues. And I wanted to say, and because most of the people, they don't really see those people, I mean, because they are members, but they don't always wear a badge. We have our consultant, Farazawi, that has been helping us a lot on this question of corruption, conflict of interest, and I'm really willing to thank her for her work, but also all the members of our conflict of interest committee, because they are people that are also volunteers in the movement, and they are spending a lot of time to try to design that governance, and I'm really thankful to them. So thank you, and thank you everyone, and now coffee.
Thank you very much, Camille.
Thank you.
No, one only.
For question.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we'll just do no questions. We'll just do the workshop, so we don't need it.
Do you have the slide already?
What?
No, you want to write it from the computer? You can write it from this.
I prefer this. You have a sound of your computer?
We will have no sounds, no video, just pictures.
Okay.
So it's
This one?
okay.
No.
No?
Yeah.
And we can slideshow.
Say something entertaining, Mayor. Oh no, never mind.
This is the karaoke basically. We told everyone this is around the puzzle session, but we will start with the karaoke.
Okay.
We're set up.
Do you want to check the mic? Check.
Check the mic. Check out. Woo! Mark, who did you block today? Question.
Almost a side crisis to me for his session.
Oh, I've totally heard this story, and it is so funny. What took down Wikipedia? She making a proposal and not explaining it properly.
Servers break, etc., etc. No, not lost today.
I've heard the story, yes.
I can block your account if you like. For instance, giving an example.
But anyway,
Your apology or what? Or your stuff?
what, mine, what?
Nothing.
You always wear all the hats. You don't distinguish between the hats. You always wear all the hats. But I'm coming down. I don't want to.
So you asked me to block both your accounts.
I think we have an agreement. If I were ever to be blocked, I don't want to be blocked by some random admin. I want to be properly blocked by their hexer. I think that's an agreement we have. Risker can block me also if someone needs to block me, but I think their hexer would do it globally, properly, so I think it's better.
He'd lock you and you'd be.
Yeah, exactly. So if there is ever a situation where I need to be blocked, I want to be blocked properly by proper people.
Okay. How about a coalition?
Oh, I feel like you also have some buttons in your toolbox. Oh, thank you. I got it from Nangara. Apparently, I'm honorary Australian now. So, which is a strange position for someone who hates spiders. But
Which only is
I'm not even But how did you enjoy your first ever Wikimania opening?
I went to an all staff one time, and I was very. When I first started working at the foundation, I was very interested in humans, other than sort of being a small-time professor and all that. Where I'm just proud of people, and they're all very happy, and I didn't know what to do with them. And they had food, I said, and the bartender was nice. So I hung around with the bartender in an open bar, and the bartender obviously said this woman is really needing some social support, and said, "Let me make you a shot." Let me make you another shot. I got so wasted. I had to be escorted back to my hotel room.
Yeah, I'm in this age that I.
I'm like, I walk into a room and I'd be saying.
I'm in this age that if I drink 2 glasses of wine, I'm hungover for 2 months, so I just don't.
I've never had a hangover. I'd like to think I am constitutionally incapable.
Let's not test that though.
I'm also an easy drunk, so maybe I just never have to drink enough to be hungover.
Let's not test that.
Yeah, no. Anyways, I had a good time until I didn't.
So, you have an absolute hard stop, no questions asked. I'm taking the mics away from you at 12:10.
You're the boss. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the room manager today.
Okay.
So do you want? There is a group coming in here at 12:15 to talk about something else. You might be interested
Do you want to
in
know? Do you want to know the flow? That will probably help.
Yes.
The flow is, I welcome everyone. Everyone feels welcome. Then Bernadette gives a little bit of an intro, and then we move into group discussions around those three-ish tables, around 3 topics, and then basically this is it. We discuss till the end, till you say, well, discuss them, and then we go out.
I have to follow Bernadette. I am here solely to stalk Bernadette because I have to brief her on a human rights case. So my plan here is not to let her leave my sight. I will follow her.
That's right.
Okay.
Although I will try to get her not to use the stairs.
You will try to
get her not to use the stairs. These stairs we have to use, but those stairs, if she goes for those, she's going to lose.
This way is for you.
So,
have you briefed Anusha on how we framed the questions on the tables?
So we'll be in the contributor section. We already have pre-formed questions, and we'll just have the chat.
I have this from Nadine, so.
Yeah, so this
Did
changed a
you
little bit.
update in the document or just on the slides?
Just on the slides.
So I'm gonna be in.
So this changed.
Oh, this is a different document.
So many documents. Yeah, so we also changed the
So I'm doing this one.
Yeah, we will both be in contribute. No, this has changed. So Nat's gonna do this one.
Okay.
And you're in contributors and communities.
Oh, okay, got it.
Unless you want to be.
But
in
Nadine
the
literally just told me this.
Oh, okay. Well, you can be.
She said we have Bernadette. I thought, okay, look, we're changing up the around the puzzle book topics a bit, and we have you at the table about raising awareness.
Oh, sorry.
and joy.
Nadine's right, actually. So
Okay.
Nat and Anusha together on joy.
Okay.
I am on contributors. Sorry.
Okay. Cool. Just want to make sure I go to the right place. It's in this room, though.
It's
How
in
are we
this
going to reorganize the room?
So one group here, one group
Okay.
there. There's a table just behind there where the
Okay.
people are sitting.
Okay.
And people will have to blob with their chairs.
Okay.
It's just a small room.
Got it. Got it.
Hello.
Hi.
Good one.
Hi.
Hey, nothing important.
Sorry for causing that confusion, but yes, that makes sense because you and Anusha would be joy.
Yes.
I can be on contributors.
And then.
So you'll explain how to. I think Bernadette will do her remarks,
Yes,
and then
I'll
you
go
can be
through,
like.
And then I will say like this one, and that one.
Mm-hmm.
No, this one, and that one behind the hexer.
That's right.
We can organize around them and we can move them a little bit. That's not a problem. The only thing I want to check with Risker was like, I'm kicking you out sharply at 1:30, so I want
That's
to
fine.
check if we need to help with rearranging the whole thing.
We'll help. Don't worry. We'll help. I'll stay back and help.
Yeah, but that means, because she says that the group is coming directly after us, so that means we need to finish the session a little bit earlier.
Okay. Yes.
so that
Then we chat. You can go from here if you don't want to do the pole vault.
Since you're the boss, do you know what the room setup is for the next session? Because we want to make sure that we leave the room in the next session is usable. Workshop on Whose session is it? It's yours? No, if it's yours, then definitely need to help you with the room. Like, come on. No, I will be happy. That's a very bold statement. Okay, because we can end up the session 2 or 3 minutes earlier so that we can rearrange the chair. This is something that will be an issue if I have to take a switch there. Okay.
Fine. I'm going to go join the audience. I'm going to leave you.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes, go and join the audience.
Oh, and my like the worst set up for going into groups.
We get what we get.
I'm the host of the thing.
Do you need help with
We just set it up all. Margot helped us with the access, so we just updated a couple of questions in the
Oh,
Joy
okay,
one.
sorry. It said Natalia had access to both, so apologies.
No worries, no worries.
So-
Margot was here. She had the access all set up, so it's gonna be this group, that group, and you can see people around the table there, but you
Okay.
can't see the table.
Okay, cool.
So we have 3 all set up.
Awesome.
And
I
that's
haven't done
good to go.
tables in this, so. And will you narrate the tables and like what each of them are?
Yes.
Or list them? Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. I love this, Natalia. The dress.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I was
My
looking at the
favorite
koala.
I
and
know.
I was
Oh,
like,
it's also really good. Why does she like her koala and not my koala? So no, as soon as you start appearing dressed in raspberries, basically, then you're good. Yeah, it's like a Polish made dress, so it's also who I met today. Like, okay, I knew her, but Irina from Ukraine. I don't know if you've seen. Like, she had a full.
oh, there's Bernadette. Bernadette. You need to
Sorry, you were saying, Natalia.
So she had a fully traditional Ukrainian dress, and she told me today that she made it herself.
Oh my god.
And then she showed me like her incredible art that she does. So she lives in Kharkiv, so it's like under Russian occupation heavily. So she takes Russian books and she makes art with them. She connects the same letters and then makes a little picture. It's like the most talented person I have ever met because she had beautiful clothes, she had beautiful art she painted, and then she showed me also like some little sculptures. We have so much talent at this moment. So
The
that's
creativity of people, like, and yes. It's incredible.
I'm gonna leave you to.
Oh
do
no, I
the-
think this is Natalia's show. I'm gonna get some coffee. Can I get you water or anything? Are you?
No, I'm good.
Are you sure?
I'm good.
Okay.
Message you on your question about the later one.
Yes, so he's doing the Q&A.
Okay.
But I guess I'm just wondering, like, there's like a few like, look, here's how the session's gonna go. We're gonna do like we're gonna have a chat first, and then we're gonna do a demo, and then we're gonna open it up to questions.
He doesn't want to do it?
I haven't asked him. I wanted to just get your thoughts on that. Like, basically, like, does he, or does someone else introduce him in Bernadette, or does he?
No, I mean, generally the sessions, you just have the speaker do this stuff, and I think probably works the knee test because the audience doesn't have to be like, now who's this person?
Got it. Okay.
Hi. I didn't read the document.
It's okay.
I'm gonna jump off.
I'm so sorry. Because one ticket has always fallen off my list, which was you.
Okay.
If you break
We're
something,
not
then
doing
you
it
also
this
take it.
Okay.
So then it's totally fine. I didn't
Yes.
realize this room, so we only have rooms.
So how about not hurting
Okay.
yourself?
Yep.
So we just decided to simplify it.
Okay, great.
So, okay. Good.
This means I don't have to do anything,
You don't
right?
have to do
Okay,
anything.
you want me to be here?
You're welcome to
I'm
be
happy to be here, like I'm already here.
Yeah,
But,
already here.
okay.
But I am sorry
This is,
that I
this
did
is one
not
of those,
communicate
like,
with you.
two failures that cancel each other out. So,
Perfect. Yes. Okay.
I'm glad I talked to you.
I'm glad to.
Yeah, I think I'll sit in.
No, I have. Thank you. Do you want to maybe be here because I will be passing to you so that you don't? Because I will be just starting the session, saying hello, and then you will be speaking. So I think
Let me
you
just
want
bring
to
my
be
water down. I
up.
just have a bad cough. Hold on. Yeah.
Yes, and we have the table, so it's like this table. No, this, and that one.
Yeah. Perfect. Just making sure.
Say that again.
I would introduce you to PMG. He's sitting next to me.
Ah, the one I sent the note
Yes.
to last night.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Very good. Recognize him now.
Yeah.
So Piotr.
Yes.
And it is 10 million edits
yesterday, and he makes an average more than 2,000 edits a day since 2003.
Yes. Okay. Yes. From Polish Wikipedia. Yes, exactly. That's mind-boggling. Yes, he's also a very good person and has been really helpful for us. He sometimes says how to have the conversations you have physically. Yeah. He's a good person. He's also that's great. Good. Presentation superstar. Good. Okay, so I have like 2 minutes here, 3 minutes, and then of speaking, and then speaking, yes, and then you move to and you'll explain the different tables. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we have one around joy, one around AI, and one around contributors. Yeah. And then people will. What was the first one? Joy, contributors, and AI. Yeah. So we'll see how people will divide. I'm going to the joy table. Good. Together with Anusha. Yeah, I see. Okay. Face from the screen with a lot of rolling around. Yes. Good. Yeah, sore feet, but otherwise good. I mean, so far, like, as you would want to do it. I know there's always like the paddling underwater thing, like to all of us. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, likewise. Thank you. It's like my summer gingham picnic dress. I love this dress. And everything has to have pockets at this stage of my life, so like the measurement of comfort for me. Yes. Yeah. Guiding the online participants to discuss joy. I think this is the one that is mostly doesn't need a lot of moderation because it's a happy subject. Yeah. Okay. So there's So and people just pick and choose where they want to go. Yes. Yes. Okay. So Mayur will be on contributors. Me and Anusha will be on joy, and I forgot who we had on. But you'll walk through that part. Yes. Yeah. Everyone will. And I can. Yeah, and Leila will do AI. Okay. Intense. I feel Okay, I think we can start. We're on time. Hello, everyone. Woo! Just looking at the audience, apparently we have been assigned to the Cool Kids room. This is very good. Welcome, Cool Kids. We will be talking a little bit about Bernadette's travel around the puzzle globe and what she's learned and what she's seen. And then we'll hear from you on super interesting topics. We'll be discussing AI. We'll be discussing joy. We'll be discussing contributors. So cool people, cool topics, cool session. Okay, but I will now hand it over to Bernadette.
Thank you, Natalia. Good morning, everybody. I wanted to start before talking about the puzzle globe and just recognize Piotr. Yesterday, he made his 10 millionth edit. And Piotr, you will have to share the statistic of what is the average edits per day that you've been making? 3,300 per day. So it's pretty exceptional. So congratulations and thank you. Like what a service to the projects. It's astounding. So as Natalia said, I've been around the puzzle globe for the first 6 months. Really my emphasis has been on listening, on engagement, on learning. It's been a combination of on Wiki, it's been a combination of video calls, and I also have had the pleasure of visiting Lisbon, Frankfurt, Tokyo, Kaohsiung, Taipei, Joburg, and Cape Town. So a little bit of in-person joy, a lot virtually, about 1,100 Wikimedians in total across all the projects. And of course, staff colleagues in addition to that. And it's been a really joyful, humbling, and insightful experience. I think the purpose of this session and what will make it the most fun is the engagement around all of the tables, so I don't want to spend a lot of time talking. I will simply say that in my opening remarks and in the diff post that I published a couple of days before we began here, you saw what the common themes were that I was hearing. Concerns about sort of the moment that we're in and the ecosystem that we don't necessarily control. Changes to Google search, which is one of the main drivers of people coming to and clicking through on Wikipedia. Changes to the AI ecosystem and what that means for us and our role and how we continue to ensure that knowledge is human-centered. But I also heard a lot about some of the pressures from existing contributors, right? That it's a really heavy moment if you're an admin with extended rights and you're on the ARBCom or you're a steward. This sort of weight of the moment we're in, both from geopolitics, from all these changing conditions in the ecosystem. I heard from newcomers who said it's been really intimidating trying to break into the movement. Our edits get reverted really quickly. Sometimes we feel intimidated, and it causes us sometimes to drop out and maybe move to Commons or to Wikidata or to other areas where you don't have to worry about being judged for how you're showing up and starting. And then I heard from longtime editors who were like, look, I feel a lot of burnout. And sometimes it just feels like I need to take a wiki break and take a step away from my own mental health and my own sanity and balance in my own life, which is a good reminder, I think, for those of us in the foundation and in affiliates who have a professional role, that you all are volunteers and you do this in addition to and on top of everything else that's going on in your life. And that's a really important reminder for people like me and my colleagues, I think. So how do we bring the joy? How do we keep the joy? How do we keep the connection and the sense of belonging? And then the last area I would touch on is how do we bring new people into the movement? How do we make sure that we're balancing not only what editors and contributors want, but what readers are telling us that they want in a place and a moment where shifting consumer habits and different ways of finding knowledge need to be something that we are talking about because people simply aren't consuming knowledge in the same way that they did when the project started. And then the last point is, how do we make the projects more visible? And this isn't just about attracting contributors and attracting new readers. It's about making sure that people who are influencing the ecosystem in which we are working understand how we work. I have spent a lot of time in my first few months up at the US Senate. I think people are aware last year there were oversight requests. There were requests for information that would have violated our privacy policies and put protection of editors and contributors in peril, and doing our best to ensure that we are preventing that from happening. It's about trying to shape regulation that we see in all of these countries. France just announced social media bans for kids under 15 years old. There's an exception for encyclopedic content, but that's not the case in all of these other countries around the world. And so how are we doing our best to educate people about how we're different from some of these other sites and platforms that they are targeting? Because if we don't make that argument effectively and we don't have advocates, we are in danger from these external threats in sort of inhibiting the way that we operate. So those are some of the main themes, and I think Natalia is going to explain the tables and how we're set up to discuss things that fall into each of those buckets. And so as soon as she's done speaking to Risker, I will turn the microphone back over to Natalia. Do you need a moment? Are you sure?
We just have to get you inserted into the camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No, you need to go back. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about that. So let me pass it back to Natalia, who will explain the different breakdowns and segments that we have to get people actually talking, because I think that's going to be way more engaging than listening to me speak. Okay. Yeah? Thanks, Natalia.
Thank you so much. Okay. We all know Wikimedians love discussing, so let's get into the discussion. We will divide into 3 groups. I don't know how you will choose a group because we have 3 super interesting topics, but that's on you. I know where I'm going. We will be talking a little bit about strengthening contributors and communities. So discussing why people edit, why they stop editing, what we are already doing to make people come to our projects and stay, and what are some bold, cool ideas we don't have yet, but we could try. Also then, AI, talking a little bit about what role does AI have on our projects and how are different communities across the world approaching AI in their Wikimedia work and experience. And then let's talk about happy things. So we will talk a little bit about the joy and fun coming with being a Wikimedian. So what gives you joy and fun in your Wikimedia journey? Because you're here in this movement, probably for happy reasons. And what are the ways that we can bring more of that, what makes us happy for Wikimedia, which we haven't tried yet? So 3 cool topics, and we will now create chaos, okay? In order, Yes, I'm just going to explain I'm going to introduce the chaos. So, this group here goes to the strengthening contributors and communities. So Mayur will lead you there. Then, behind their hexer, we will locate AI. Their hexer stand up because apparently maybe not everyone knows who's their hexer, which is very surprising, but this is AI table. And then we can go here to discuss joy. Make sure that everyone has an access to the table. If you need to move something, if you need to create a little bit of a chaos, go create chaos. It's a productive chaos, okay? Leila will lead you to the AI table, and me and Anusha will be here being joyful. Okay, chaos start, woo! Oh, and people in red lanyards, back to the camera. So people with red lanyards, keep your eyes on the slides and you're back to the camera. We have until 11:30. If you want to volunteer to be a note taker in your group, keep stops talking because interrupting a Wikimedian of the Year will be extremely rude. So yeah, you also have this card. So many Wikimedians of the year in the room that I just cannot. Okay, but thank you everyone for the great discussions you have. If there is someone who wants to share something from their group, we have like 1 minute to do so. And we have Risker with one more Wikimedian of the year. We have Risker with a microphone. So a very Wikimedian of the year saturated rooms, but if not, you can key. Oh, Leila?
So this is the AI group. Maybe there are a few things worth highlighting at this level. One is a lot of kind of excitement about using AI for reducing the load on repetitive tasks, on tasks that may have needed previously developer support, statistics, insights, things that we can just much more easily do now, and then leave the time for humans to do what humans are amazing about, going to libraries, getting books, doing deliberations and judgment and discussing with each other. And then another call for English Wikipedia, which is a project that is a flagship project. Many projects will pick and look to and then transfer policies from, that the more restrictive English Wikipedia policy is something that is concerning for some of the other languages in terms of the use of AI, because they are concerned that their communities may pick up more restrictive policies as a result, just because they look to English Wikipedia. So something to be mindful about. I'll end there. And thanks to the group.
Thank you. Contributors group, any cool things to say? Or uncool things? We're kind of okay with both.
I haven't really thought about it. We discuss a lot of things, from the gap between making your first 50 edits to 2,000 edits, and lots of meaningful, substantial things that if I do a list, it'll take too long. So I will leave you with, we also shared how a wiki baby from the first Wikimania is actually here in the newcomer challenge. So being 25 years old means, lots of things.
Amazing. This is really beautiful. Anusha, would you do a little bit of a share out?
So we had a lot of really interesting conversations over here. We started the discussion around values and how we can actually coalesce around a set of values where our storytelling can spring from. Of course, we all have to agree on what those values are, which we saw some divergence on the table in that already. But I do agree that there is a common set of values that if we agree upon, can really help with the storytelling being consistent overall. We also went into a discussion about misunderstandings of Wikipedia, misunderstandings not just in the wider world, but also in sort of local communities, and how can we use storytelling to address those specifically. And then we ended on a pretty joyous note of how can we find joy in individual communities and use opportunities like, say, the World Cup to be able to talk about Wikipedia in ways that people can relate to on their own terms rather than like long descriptions about what we are, because often people are not identifying with the language that we use, but will identify with a school in their community or their favorite World Cup player. And so we need to be able to make those connections with our storytelling as well.
Okay, thank you so much. This is the end of our time, but I wanted to also, do we have a shout out from the online participant?
Table, which is called virtual.
Oh yeah, shout out from the virtual people. Hi virtual people.
Hello. Okay, I'm Aspir. I was monitoring the virtual chat for the entire discussion session because the microphone cannot capture all of discussions here. So basically, we had the fourth table, which is the virtual one. We talked about a lot of things, so I cannot showcase all of them, but I'll share the short story about Sophie. You might know Sophie because she's very active in Telegram. she started editing. She's created her account a while ago, but she was actually kind of scared to make her first edit, so she just abandoned her account. And later, she made another account and tried the suggested edit feature, and she tried it, and it was actually quite simple to use. So she just keep editing, and she hit 150 edits, and suddenly the feature is gone. And so she was forced to do normal editing, and she was actually quite scared that everyone will hate her and report her. But actually, that didn't happen, and she's now contributing normally, but not suggested edit feature. And so she was very happy to share her story, and she was very surprised that her story actually helps other people, including developers who are developing that feature. And so that's it. I'll cut it short. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This was all great discussions. I wanted to encourage you also, Bernadette is here and she's here for the whole conference, so just chat with her about any of the observations and reflections she has as she travels around the puzzle globe. I will tell you a little bit of a backstage thing. It's like Bernadette really wants to have those conversations. It's not like she talks to you and then forgets. She comes back to this in conversation. She says, oh, I've heard this cool thing from someone who told me. So like, I think she really enjoys talking to Wikimedians, which is an amazing quality. And also, it's very hard not to enjoy talking to Wikimedians. So share your talking engagement with Bernadette as she's here. And let's keep being Wikimedians, joyful through contributions, challenges, and I'm blabbing now. Thank you, everyone.
Before you finish, put the chairs back in line, please.
You okay?
Maybe the most useful thing I can do is type space.
Thanks. Thanks.
Okay.
En fait, elle est sur le, tu sais, sur l'événement. J'ai fait l'upload. J'ai fait le.
Oui, mais il faut que vous venez voir si c'est la bonne, s'il n'y a pas de...
Non, je te confie ça.
So you're checking the presentation. Cool.
Bim, boom.
Hein? Non, j'ai laissé Charlotte.
Je reprends pour les deux du fond.
Il y a que nous qui avons le fond, mais il est aussi. On a une commande. Ah, je veux un stylo, je sais pas le nom.
Je pense que c'est pour les...
Yeah. Just to demonstrate.
Is it live?
It works, both.
It's live. Okay, so I will turn it off for now. Just wanted to demonstrate. Peut-être juste une petite chose. On utilise le micro mieux comme ça. Pas comme ça. Pas comme ça. Comme ça est mieux.
Pour éviter l'écran.
Horizontal. Okay.
No, Charlotte with I just organized the table, but...
Qu'est-ce que tu
Je dis que c'est toi qui anime.
C'est moi qui anime la table ronde. Oh, mais ça c'est habituel, donc je le savais déjà. Du coup, est-ce que la première personne qui je pose une question?
Pour les slides, on les passe avec
oui, j'ai un petit...
une commande, c'est ça?
Vas-y.
Ah, super. Alors, je le prendrai peut-être au tout début, c'est ça? Ah oui, après on peut les flèches. Faut viser.
Par contre, le fait d'être devant, oui, effectivement, ça va pas être...
Charlotte,
ouais, on est sur un public.
est-ce que tu sais ce qu'on vise en visu pour passer les slides? Genre...
Normalement, ça, juste en venant comme ça, tu vois.
Oui, d'accord. Peut-être que je te la laisse pour le début. Je te la passe à
Maybe like you're gonna be in the presentation, right?
So I have to see
if you
just sit or...
It's up to you how you want to do it, but like if you move to that side, I mean we could possibly remove the table if you don't need it. On écrase dans ça? No.
Je mets ça par terre. J'ai pas d'autres stylos. Vous voyez comme ça?
Le surélevé avec le sac.
Vous voulez mettre le sac en
Non,
main?
non, vous voulez poser le sac.
Ah, si. Merci. À côté. Là, je pense.
start?
Okay.
Just one? Okay. I can welcome everyone then. Bonjour, bienvenue. Nous commencerons Pluton, I think. Pardon, my French is a bit rusty, but welcome to this session in French. It's gonna be nice. So just moments away. Also, since I'm holding the mic, il est mieux d'utiliser le mic comme ça, pas comme ça, oui.
Mais il y en a qui le mettent ici pour pas qu'ils se décollent, ils se demandent.
Pas comme ça, pas comme ça. Comme ça, comme ça, comme ça. Prête? Ok. Ok, here we go.
Merci. Bonjour et bienvenue du coup à cette présentation et table ronde dont le titre... Oui, mais j'ai pas écouté, j'étais en train de regarder si la table était en train de se fermer ou pas. Comme ça, comme ça. Waouh. C'est très, très élégant. Non, ça ira, écoutez. Du coup, bienvenue à cette table ronde à propos des archives, donc, intitulée de l'archive au laboratoire, donc l'Open Heritage comme socle d'une science ouverte et citoyenne, dont notre objectif va être parler de 3 sujets, donc à savoir l'ouverture des publications et l'open science de manière générale. On va avoir aussi tout ce qui va être sur la numérisation du patrimoine, faire en sorte aussi qu'il soit accessible à tous, donc forcément on va parler de l'ouverture de manière générale, et aussi comment est-ce que les projets Wikimedia vont s'insérer là-dedans. Pour ça, on va suivre une sorte, parce que c'est large. C'est-à-dire que là, on est sur quelque chose où on pourrait parler de ça. On peut faire une petite journée entière, je pense, d'études sur ce sujet-là. Et donc, du coup, on va prendre une direction où on va faire comme si on était des chercheurs. Et on va écrire un article tous ensemble, en 1 heure. C'est quelque chose qui ne se fait que très rarement, ou avec ChatGPT, au choix. Donc, nous allons voir ensemble de comment est-ce qu'on fait les différentes étapes de la recherche, à savoir de comment est-ce que les sources sont accessibles ou non, comment est-ce que vous les trouvez, ensuite comment est-ce qu'on peut les mettre dans votre article de recherche, comment est-ce qu'on va le publier, etc. Et pour ça, du coup, nous sommes en très bonne compagnie. Par ordre alphabétique. Alors, bougez pas, il me voit mes petites notes. Nous sommes du coup avec Yves Carlier, bonjour. Donc vous êtes conservateur général du patrimoine et adjoint au directeur du château de Versailles. Ça fait 15 ans que vous êtes au château de Versailles. Et avant ça, vous étiez du coup au château de Fontainebleau pendant 20 ans. Et au-delà de vos missions aux différents châteaux où vous avez été, vous avez également fait des travaux de recherche sur les arts décoratifs et le décor intérieur en France de la Renaissance au milieu du 19e siècle. Donc du coup, ça va vous parler de recherche et du coup de potentielles images et illustrations dans les articles. Suite de l'ordre alphabétique, donc Charline Émiry, bonjour. Donc vous êtes étudiante au sein du master technologie numérique appliquée à l'histoire à l'École nationale des chartes et surtout, vous faites votre stage de fin d'études au sein du service numérique de la recherche de l'Institut national d'histoire de l'art, donc l'INACHA, dans le cadre du projet Gallica Images. Et avec vous, votre collègue, Margot Faure, bonjour. Vous êtes ingénieur en charge du développement de plateformes web d'annotation et de mise à disposition de corpus visuels, donc au sein du même service, toujours à l'INACHA, et vous êtes également responsable du développement d'outils adaptés aux besoins des chercheurs et chercheuses, ainsi que de l'axe interopérabilité, donc dans le cadre du projet Gallica Fouille d'images, qui est porté aussi par la BNF, et dont l'INACHA est partenaire. Vous travaillez également sur le projet Pervisio, mais je ne vais pas en dire plus parce qu'on en parlera sûrement au cours de cette table ronde. Et nous terminons avec Martin Sévron. Donc, vous êtes professeur en sciences de l'information et de la communication à l'Université de Paris-Nanterre et directrice du laboratoire DICEN. DICEN, c'est Dispositif d'information et de communication à l'ère numérique. Donc, vous me dites si je dis des bêtises ou autre. Vous travaillez entre autres sur les pratiques participatives et contributives en ligne et le rapport entre patrimoine matériel et immatériel et technologie numérique. Donc, vous connaissez plutôt bien l'univers Wikimedia. Vous avez eu des financements récemment donc sur 2 projets sur lesquels vous travaillez, donc à savoir Renum et Collabora. Donc le premier va questionner les enjeux socio-écologiques de l'utilisation du numérique, donc, notamment dans les institutions publiques, et le second sur l'utilisation du numérique dans des démarches de sciences participatives et les rapports entre institutions et amateurs qui souhaitent prendre part à la diffusion du savoir. Est-ce que j'ai tout le monde pour tout le monde? Parfait. Eh bien, parfait pour tout ça. Donc, nous allons commencer notre table ronde avec du coup notre petit déroulé sur le fait de pouvoir trouver des sources, etc. Et l'une des premières étapes, c'est de savoir déjà si des sources sont existantes et disponibles sur le côté numérique et facilement accessibles. Donc dans la continuité du coup de la science ouverte et aussi de l'open heritage. Et ma première question, elle va s'adresser du coup à vous deux, mais aussi si jamais le château de Versailles, vous avez des propositions. C'était pour savoir donc, dans vos structures, donc, quelles sont les actions qui ont été mises en place donc, pour partager et diffuser vos collections, mais aussi pour permettre la réutilisation de collectes effectuées par les chercheurs et chercheuses, parce que c'est bien de pouvoir trouver des sources, mais il faut toujours que ce soit aussi trié. Donc, c'est souvent, les bibliothécaires disent que si jamais un livre est mal rangé, c'est qu'il est perdu. C'est pareil pour les sources. Si jamais on n'arrive pas à les trouver, personne n'arrivera à les utiliser.
Est-ce que je pourrais avoir
Bien sûr. Et il est tombé.
Bon, je vais commencer en attendant. Donc, je ne vais pas parler pour tout l'INHA parce que nous, on est un service au sein de l'INHA, mais évidemment, on a tout un côté bibliothèque, donc il y a une bibliothèque numérique et donc qui met à disposition les sources sur Internet. Je vais parler au nom du service numérique de la recherche, auquel on est rattachés toutes les deux, donc avec Charline, donc qui est un service d'accompagnement des projets de recherche en histoire de l'art et en archéologie. Et c'est un service qui est dédié donc aux enjeux de valorisation et de réutilisation des données, donc avec une pratique de science ouverte. Donc on a notamment une charte, je ne vais pas m'arrêter dessus, mais l'INHA s'est doté d'une charte pour la science ouverte. Donc on travaille beaucoup donc, avec une dimension laboratoire sur les outils et les méthodes de manipulation des données. Donc vous avez des exemples de réutilisation ici, donc à la fois un pôle accompagnement, mais aussi un pôle, je dirais, plus réutilisation, mise à disposition des données de recherche. Donc vous avez un exemple avec une capture d'écran ici de la plateforme Agora, donc qui est un portail, en fait une sorte de grosse base de données, des données de recherche qui ont été produites dans le cadre des projets de recherche, et donc il les met à disposition. Donc elles peuvent être donc trouvées et réutilisées par les chercheurs ou autres personnes intéressées. Et un deuxième exemple de valorisation des données, donc qui est portée par la bibliothèque et par le service numérique. Donc c'est la plateforme Pense. Donc vous avez une capture ici, qui est là une plateforme en fait d'édition de sources enrichies, donc qui travaille à partir des collections de la bibliothèque et qui les éditorialise, donc avec du coup toute une analyse scientifique et qui les met à disposition donc librement sur le web. À côté de ça, on a aussi donc, cette dimension exploratoire où on travaille sur des outils de recherche qu'on développe, donc avec une dimension exploratoire. Et donc c'est dans ce cadre-là qu'on travaille sur le projet Gallica Images, qui là en fait s'intéresse beaucoup à la constitution du corpus et au travail de collecte par les chercheurs du coup, et aussi après d'exposition en fait de ces corpus qui ont été formés. Et du coup, je vais laisser Charline continuer.
Et oui, je vais vous en parler plus en détail, notamment pour répondre à cette question sur les sources. C'est un projet qui est assez intéressant parce qu'il sera mis en service courant 2027 et il va permettre en fait d'accéder aux collections de Gallica, mais via un autre moyen que je vais vous expliquer. Donc c'est un projet qui est porté par la BNF et dont l'INHA et la BNU de Strasbourg sont partenaires. Et il est financé par la Caisse des dépôts dans le cadre du plan France 2030. Et il s'agit d'un projet industrialisé de fouilles d'images dont l'objectif est de rendre accessibles toutes les images de Gallica, mais qui ne sont pas encore considérées comme des documents à part entière. C'est-à-dire qu'on a une chaîne de traitement automatisée par intelligence artificielle qui va venir en fait chercher toutes les images et les mettre à disposition. Et dans ce cadre, l'INHA, via le SNR, gère l'axe interopérabilité. Donc Margot développe une interface qui va permettre de naviguer au sein de cette masse d'images et de constituer des corpus réutilisables dans d'autres contextes, avec des exports de manifeste 3IF, ou encore l'export de toutes les données en tableau CSV, et l'accès direct et le téléchargement des images en haute définition. Donc voilà, on est ici dans une expérimentation des possibilités d'exploiter les données. Je vais passer à la slide ensuite. Et donc voilà une capture d'écran de l'interface. Je vais vous présenter un peu directement un exemple de possibilité de réutilisation des résultats. Et la fouille d'images, elle fonctionne particulièrement bien pour la presse, parce que, comme la chaîne de traitement, elle récupère toutes les images présentes au sein des journaux, ça accélère le processus de dépouillage et on a directement en fait accès à des sources d'une manière beaucoup plus aisée. Et on va ensuite chercher dans les collections par embedding, c'est-à-dire que les mots que l'on tape, ils sont représentés sous forme de vecteurs dans une base de données, et, ce qui permet de les rapprocher sémantiquement. Je ne sais pas si c'est très clair ça, mais sinon on en reparlera plus au moment des questions. Et donc ici, on a tapé le nom de la marque de lessive luxe pour trouver des images publicitaires autour de cette marque, parce que donc, ça sort un peu le concept autour de ça. Et ensuite, la recherche par similarité, qui fonctionne aussi sur un principe de rapprochement vectoriel, elle permet de récupérer toutes les images qui se rapportent à celle sur laquelle on a cliqué. Et ensuite, on va pouvoir sélectionner les images qui nous intéressent et constituer une collection. Donc les images et leurs données sont ainsi mises à disposition et peuvent, par exemple, être déposées sur Wikimedia Commons dans des catégories qui sont liées pour être ensuite réexploitées sur des pages Wikipédia. Voilà. C'est un peu un exemple de cas d'usage auquel on essaye de penser et qu'on espère pouvoir être mis en place lorsque la plateforme sortira. Voilà.
Merci. Est-ce que vous voulez ajouter quelque chose?
Alors, le château de Versailles est un peu particulier et il y a deux entités qui s'occupent de la diffusion des collections. Il y a d'un côté un service dont je m'occupe qui est la conservation du musée, qui est la mise en ligne des collections. Donc ce n'est pas vraiment la bibliographie, mais ce sont les collections du château, c'est le fondement même de l'existence de Versailles, c'est un musée avant d'être une bibliothèque. Et donc les collections sont mises en ligne, donc c'est la base informatisée, il y a une extraction et les collections sont mises en ligne. Ça, c'est comme ça que l'on fait connaître nos collections à travers le monde. Et d'un autre côté, on a un centre de recherche, le centre de recherche du château de Versailles, qui lui est un GIP. Ils ont des programmes de recherche. Et ce sont ces programmes de recherche qui sont liés à la vie de la cour de France, qui sont liés aux bibliographies sur Versailles, par exemple, qui sont, elles, mises en ligne à travers une autre plateforme. Donc on a deux systèmes, donc l'un qui est consacré aux collections, donc qui est un peu en dehors du système bibliographique, et un autre qui est une connaissance plus large de Versailles, du domaine de Versailles, et de tout ce qui touche à la cour de France du XVIIe, XVIIIe et un peu du XIXe siècle.
Merci. Du coup, maintenant, on sait où trouver des sources, mais c'est pas toujours facile de les trouver, tout simplement. C'est-à-dire que la plupart du temps, les bibliothèques numériques, elles ont un petit peu de mal. Enfin, c'est très... Si on sait où trouver, on va les trouver. Mais là où les gens vont aller en premier pour faire une recherche, souvent, c'est sur Wikipédia. Et il y a un rôle quand même qui est pas mal joué de la part des contributeurs et contributrices de ce point de vue-là. Et d'ailleurs, je voudrais vous raconter une petite histoire par rapport à ça. Et après, je demanderai à Martha un peu son avis. Il n'y a pas longtemps, j'ai été voir un Wikicafé. Donc les Wikicafés, ce sont des événements en visio, du coup, où des personnes travaillant dans l'ESR vont faire une présentation sur un sujet qui est lié avec Wikimedia. Et la présentation était sur un ouvrage de l'ordre du Saint-Esprit et qui a été retrouvé grâce à Wikipédia. C'est-à-dire que c'est un ouvrage qui avait disparu, du coup, pendant les guerres de qui date des guerres de religion et qui a disparu pendant la Révolution. Et du coup, Agnès Boss, donc, qui est historienne de l'art, a retrouvé cet ouvrage en regardant les sources sur Wikipédia, sur la Wikipédia anglophone. Et en fait, il y a quelqu'un qui avait numérisé, une bibliothèque du coup états-unienne avait numérisé cet ouvrage qui s'était retrouvé aux États-Unis, qui avait été vendu, était passé par différents secteurs. Et c'est comme ça qu'on a pu retrouver cet ouvrage-ci. Donc c'est un petit peu une des jolies histoires de Wikipédia et aussi qui montre le rôle important donc, des contributeurs et contributrices donc, dans ce côté un petit peu sourçage. Et c'était une question que je voulais vous poser du coup, Martha. Par rapport à ça, donc, parce que vous avez travaillé sur la question de l'implication des amateurs et des amatrices dans les travaux de recherche sur le patrimoine, et du coup, pour vous, comment est-ce que la communauté wikimédienne va être impliquée dans cette étape de ce processus de recherche de sources?
Alors, c'est une problématique assez ancienne, voilà, je dirais comme ça. Les rôles des contributeurs, voilà, justement, alors, je suis chercheuse, ça veut dire que je ne représente pas une institution. Voilà, je tiens quand même à le dire, c'est que je porte un regard sur ce qui est fait par des contributeurs ou des institutions. Et bon, j'ai eu la chance d'avoir un projet projet ANR assez important, dans lesquels, avec des collègues, on a étudié ce qu'on appelait les plateformes culturelles participatives. Alors, les paris de ces projets était de ne pas faire une distinction entre plateformes institutionnelles, associatives ou commerciales. Voilà, c'était un pari assez fort. C'est-à-dire, on regarde comment des contributeurs souhaitent produire de la connaissance autour d'objets culturels sans partir d'une distinction comme on fait au début. Au début, on dit, voilà, le château de Versailles, voilà, une institution crée une plateforme participative, alors comment les gens contribuent, comment est défini l'objet, voilà, c'est ça un processus qui, normalement, un chercheur, voilà, Wikimedia, voilà, là, en parallèle, on a la recherche track, voilà, on prend Wikimedia comme un espace numérique et on va regarder ces dynamiques spécifiques. Alors, pourquoi on a fait ça? Parce que justement, ce qui a été intéressant, c'est un peu voir quel est le rôle qu'aujourd'hui jouent les contributeurs et comment ces rôles, ça s'est lié à un rôle qui est, voilà, moi je récupère ces mots amateurs en sens positif parce qu'il a été très mal traité comme un mot, mais ça permet de reconnaître un rôle historique qu'il y a d'une personne externe à l'institution et reconnue par l'institution. Et alors, la question, c'était intéressant pour préparer cette table ronde. Je me disais, qu'est-ce qui est spécifique du contributeur à Wikimedia et des projets culturels qui s'appuient sur Wikimedia? Alors, pourquoi les institutions s'intéressent à Wikimedia aujourd'hui? Il y a deux raisons principales. La communauté, voilà, parce que quand on crée un projet participatif, qui s'appuie sur une plateforme interne qui ne peut pas s'appuyer sur des cohortes d'étudiants, etc. Hein, c'est voilà, de la contribution, on peut l'appeler obligée un peu, entre guillemets. Et voilà, si on arrive à 10 contributeurs actifs, on ouvre les champagnes. C'est à peu près ça qu'on voit aujourd'hui. Et quand, voilà, ces jours, cette semaine nous démontrent qu'en Wikimedia, tout ce qui est lié au projet Wikimedia, la dynamique est assez différente. Et l'autre raison, c'est l'infrastructure. Voilà, ouvrir une plateforme, ça demande des moyens, de l'énergie, etc. Après, les problèmes, c'est que il y a un moment, il y a une négociation qui doit être faite, c'est-à-dire que les mondes Wikimedia, les personnes qui contribuent, les Wikimédiens qui contribuent, peut-être n'ont pas les mêmes objectifs de l'institution, les règles ne sont pas les mêmes, et c'est justement ça que je trouve intéressant, c'est-à-dire que là, on a des contributeurs dans Wikimedia qui ont plein d'énergie, et c'est comment, voilà, là, l'exemple que tu portes, c'est assez intéressant. Bon, là, l'exemple, bon, pour l'institution, l'interprétation, par exemple, est correcte. Parce que c'est ça, voilà. On est un cas, il y a une reconnaissance qui correspond au code d'expertise de l'institution. Ce n'est pas toujours le cas, c'est plus une négociation, mais je ne sais pas si, pour le moment, peut-être je m'arrête là.
Pardon, je pensais que tu voulais intervenir dessus. Quelqu'un veut faire une intervention? Ok. Donc, pour la suite, si on est sur la continuité du coup de notre article de recherche, on arrive au moment où on va avoir aussi des illustrations par rapport à notre article. Et du coup, toutes ces numérisations, c'est chouette de pouvoir les avoir parce que souvent elles sont en très belle qualité et on peut y avoir accès et pouvoir les réutiliser parce qu'elles sont la plupart du temps en licence libre. Et seulement, des fois, elles servent plus justement d'illustration dans les articles de recherche et pas vraiment d'objet d'étude. Et c'est là où on avait discuté du coup au moment de la préparation de la table ronde de ce sur quoi vous travaillez. Donc du coup on arrive à Pervisium, ça y est. Et du coup ma question c'était est-ce que vous pourriez tout simplement nous en dire un petit peu plus sur l'utilisation de 3IF et la possibilité donc grâce à Pervisium de mettre l'image au centre de l'article de recherche et aussi donc comment ces outils nous permettent de créer des liens entre travaux de recherche et les projets Wikimedia aussi.
Oui, je vais commencer par faire un petit point sur 3JF assez rapide. Je ne sais pas si tout le monde connaît cette technologie. Nous, on l'apprécie beaucoup à l'INHA et on expérimente beaucoup autour, en fait, pour les travaux de recherche. Donc 3JF, c'est une technologie qui est pensée pour la diffusion et la réutilisation des images. Alors c'est une technologie qui vient du monde patrimonial, enfin aussi de la recherche, et qui devient vraiment standard, en fait, pour la diffusion des documents patrimoniaux, donc principalement les numérisations, mais aussi les contenus nativement numériques. Et en fait, en gros, l'idée principale, c'est basé sur l'interopérabilité. Donc, techniquement, c'est un système d'API. En fait, ce que ça veut dire, c'est qu'on peut facilement réutiliser une image qui est diffusée, donc par exemple par le serveur donc sur Gallica. On peut la réutiliser en récupérant son URL et on peut l'appeler et travailler dessus dans un autre environnement compatible. Ça fonctionne à la fois donc pour les images, pour des lots d'images, en fait, donc on peut transporter des lots d'images et on peut transporter aussi un ensemble de métadonnées descriptives et des annotations qui accompagnent ces images. Donc en fait, on a un vrai objet visuel qu'on va pouvoir manipuler. Ce qui est très intéressant avec 3IF, c'est qu'on peut vraiment travailler sur l'image. Donc on a vraiment un système de visionneuse qui va permettre pour l'utilisateur de naviguer, d'accéder à des points de détail, donc de zoomer. Il peut aussi donc ajouter des annotations, donc ça permet d'analyser l'image et aussi de la mettre à disposition donc avec un contenu descriptif, scientifique. Là, ça peut être du tag, ça peut être aussi des commentaires plus longs. Du coup, nous, c'est dans ce cadre-là en fait, qu'on s'est intéressé à 3IF parce que c'est très intéressant pour mettre à disposition les images. C'est aussi très intéressant dans le cadre donc, des travaux de recherche, notamment des publications. Et donc, on a travaillé donc, le service numérique de la recherche et le laboratoire InVisu donc, sur le projet Pervizoom, qui a été financé par le Fonds national pour la science ouverte. L'enjeu, c'était d'explorer en fait, le potentiel de 3IF dans la publication scientifique. Donc, c'est ce que tu disais en, fait, en partant du principe que... du constat surtout, que dans les publications scientifiques, l'image était souvent réduite au rôle d'illustration, alors que dans pas mal de disciplines, en fait, elle représente quand même la base de l'analyse. Et donc, on s'est demandé, est-ce que si, avec 3IF, on pouvait repenser en fait la place de cette image et repenser en fait le lien image-texte dans les publications. Donc là, vous avez un schéma en fait qui conceptualise Pervizoom. Donc l'idée, c'est qu'on a des contenus 3IF qui sont diffusés en haute qualité avec un ensemble de métadonnées par les institutions patrimoniales. Et donc ces contenus peuvent être réutilisés directement, enrichis par l'écriture scientifique et donc publiés donc, sous forme d'articles, en sachant qu'on peut jouer sur les formats éditoriaux, comme vous avez là plusieurs exemples. En tout cas, on peut choisir la mise en scène. L'idée étant toujours que du coup, le texte en fait, accompagne le mieux l'image. Donc, dans le cadre du projet Pervizoom, on a développé en fait un outil d'écriture. Donc ça, c'est une question exploratoire qu'on avait aussi, qui était est-ce que l'on peut écrire un article scientifique en se basant uniquement sur la notation d'image. Donc là, vous avez c'est un exemple un peu figé, mais en fait, l'image que vous avez, elle est zoomée sur la droite. C'est un grand jeu de plateau, un jeu de société. Donc, il faut imaginer un peu une sorte de jeu de loi. Et là, on aurait zoomé sur la vignette 34. Et vous avez en fait c'est sur votre gauche du coup, le texte. Et en fait, tout le texte que vous avez ici est rattaché. En fait, c'est des annotations d'images, ce qui fait qu'en fait, l'image est toujours liée. Donc du coup, à la démonstration, en tout cas à l'argumentaire qui va avec. Et je sais plus. Voilà, ça c'était des exemples, je vais peut-être passer rapidement, mais c'était des exemples d'intégration de 3IF dans des articles scientifiques. Donc là, par exemple, c'est une image de la bibliothèque de l'INHA, donc qui amène tout de suite un confort assez visuel parce que en fait, c'est une visionneuse qui fait que la personne peut vraiment aller zoomer sur les points de détail. Donc c'est une image qui est très riche, donc qui permet vraiment de l'analyser et pas de l'avoir réduite, donc ce qu'on disait au rôle d'illustration. Je pense que j'ai à peu près fait le tour, mais en fait, ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'on peut donc travailler avec l'objet 3IF donc directement sur la source. On peut aussi facilement sourcer l'image, puisque en fait, on travaille sur l'image institutionnelle directement, alors sans la modifier, parce que nous, en fait, on fait que l'appeler et rajouter un cadre autour. Mais ce qui fait qu'en fait, on peut tout à fait avoir un travail encyclopédique sur les documents patrimoniaux, mais sans les multiplier, sans les dupliquer à chaque fois. Et je te laisse peut-être la parole si tu veux finir.
Parce que nous, on trouve que 3IF et Pervizoom, ça ouvre des perspectives donc sur de nouvelles manières de faire un travail encyclopédique sur l'image. Et donc toujours dans cette approche exploratoire qui est liée aux questions qu'on se pose à l'INHA, on a vu que ça faisait écho à des discussions sur les possibilités d'implémentation de 3IF dans l'environnement Wikimania, qui ont lieu déjà depuis plusieurs années et qui se sont concrétisées par la publication en juin dernier d'un papier lors des journées 3IF à ce sujet, qui fait une trentaine de pages, c'était un gros papier. Et on l'a lu, on l'a trouvé intéressant. Et donc on voulait vous présenter un peu, peut-être un exemple, projection de ce que ça ferait si il y avait une implémentation de 3IF dans l'environnement Wikimedia. Donc on a pris en exemple cette page de l'annonciation, la page anglaise, où en fait les différents détails du tableau, ils ont nécessité d'être recadrés plusieurs fois, donc ce qui crée, comme tu l'as dit, des sauvegardes d'images multiples avec des détails qui perdent de leur contexte. Et donc voilà, on a fait ce petit exemple donc avec cette même image du tableau, mais donc annotée avec 3IF. Donc ici, la segmentation et la notation d'images permettraient aux contributeurs et contributrices de référencer des sous-zones au sein des images, ce qui serait plus stable que de faire un recadrage et permettrait leur réutilisation précise sans duplication. Et donc il serait également possible d'ancrer du texte dans l'image, donc à des régions spécifiques, et de le traduire collaborativement. Ce qui viendrait élargir la participation et renforcer l'intégration entre Wikipédia, Commons, Wikisource et Wikidata. Donc encore une fois, c'est des questions qu'on se pose, des réflexions qu'on a. Et donc on a conscience que ça pose plein d'enjeux, notamment autour de l'architecture de Wikimedia, de la maintenance d'un tel outil si ça venait à être mis en place. Et en plus, il faut que l'outil soit pérenne. Donc ça pose plein de questions. Mais et voilà.
Merci. Est-ce que vous souhaitez réagir ou quelque chose ?
Je vais réagir un peu de manière un peu provocatrice. Moi, je fais partie d'une génération perdue. Quand j'ai commencé mes études, j'avais une machine à taper et encore, elle n'était pas électrique. Donc, je mesure l'extraordinaire progression et je pense que je suis probablement le plus âgé dans cette assistance. Vous n'imaginez pas ce qu'étaient les études il y a 40 ans, même un peu plus, et ce que maintenant, notamment ce que vous avez ici, la base de l'INHA que je consulte à peu près, enfin la bibliothèque numérique au moins 2 ou 3 fois par semaine, vous ne pouvez pas imaginer les progrès que cela fait. Après, ça implique, ou ça a comme conséquence différents points, qui est que certains internautes qui ne retrouvent pas ce qu'ils souhaitent retrouver commencent à essayer de critiquer, enfin ça ouvre une critique mondiale sur ce que vous mettez en ligne. Et notamment, c'est propre au château de Versailles, nous avons quelques icônes royalistes, Louis XIV ou Marie-Antoinette, pour ne prendre qu'elle, et ça induit des comportements, et notamment ça induit qu'on aimerait que nous mettions en ligne ou nous mettons en faveur certains aspects de la monarchie et pas d'autres aspects de la monarchie. Je dis ça, mais c'est une tendance qui commence à avoir lieu, et nous avons notamment des groupements d'aficionados de l'Ancien Régime qui régulièrement nous disent pourquoi vous ne faites pas ceci, pourquoi vous ne faites pas cela, pourquoi vous ne présentez pas ceci, pourquoi vous ne mettez pas en ligne cela. Et là, c'est quelque chose avec l'ère qui évolue dans le temps, les mentalités qui évoluent dans le temps, c'est quelque chose pour lequel il va falloir commencer à se dire si on ouvre tout à tout le monde, ça aura des conséquences et des retours de bâton, ou des retours positifs ou des retours négatifs.
Je pense que vous portez un bon exemple de ce que je cherchais à dire tout à l'heure. Voilà. C'est ça justement l'intérêt d'aller sur Wikimedia. Parce que dans ces cadres-là, d'ailleurs, c'est un problème qui... Alors, 5 minutes ? Ah, le microphone. Ok, 5 minutes. C'était possible que j'avais parlé trop. Non, c'est... alors, il faut savoir que dans les mondes contributifs, il y a une forte communauté liée au monde généalogistes qui portent des contributions d'extrême droite. Après, par exemple, par rapport à ouvrir une plateforme qui soit gérée en interne par des ressources limitées, s'appuyer sur Wikimedia permet d'avoir des règles qui sont bien affichées et bien énoncées, pour lesquelles l'institution se trouve à un moment protégée d'un certain arbitrage, parce qu'il peut évoquer des principes plus généraux de neutralité. Voilà. C'était juste, c'est un bon exemple exactement de l'intérêt de faire des plateformes sur des supports dans lesquels les règles sont déjà définies.
Merci. Et oui, c'est une large question que de savoir qu'est-ce qui doit être numérisé, qu'est-ce qui ne doit pas l'être ou quoi que ce soit. On y reviendra, on aura peut-être un petit peu le temps à la fin, mais c'est vrai qu'il y a aussi des questions écologiques par rapport à ça, de savoir, notamment avec des images qui parfois peuvent être très lourdes et le stockage que ça peut induire, etc. Mais on en reparlera. On va continuer notre fameux article dont on parle depuis tout à l'heure. Et là, donc, du coup, je vais me tourner vers Martha, puisque la question, ça va être de savoir, maintenant qu'on a notre article, qu'il est magnifiquement illustré et qu'on a, du coup, pu utiliser cette technologie 3IF, on va faire en sorte de partager notre article. Évidemment, on va le mettre en licence libre et on va le mettre dans une revue Diamant pour faire en sorte que ce soit accessible à tous. Mais une des questions aussi qui se pose souvent dans la science ouverte, c'est faire en sorte que les données soient aussi accessibles à tous. Et c'est plus compliqué, puisque souvent les entrepôts de données sont assez invisibilisés et encore une fois, on a du mal un petit peu à trouver. Et là où Wikidata a potentiellement aussi un rôle à jouer, c'est-à-dire que Wikidata, par rapport à Wikipédia, a eu une sympathie relativement rapide. C'est un des projets les plus récents de Wikimedia, et les scientifiques s'en sont emparés assez vite. Et donc du coup, ma question du coup, pour toi Martha, c'était de savoir si Wikidata, qui du coup est l'un des projets les plus jeunes et qui a séduit la communauté de l'enseignement supérieur très rapidement, comment on explique ça? Comment est-ce que ça se fait que cette affection elle est là alors que Wikipédia a mis des années avant de pouvoir enfin être accepté, on va dire, par la communauté de recherche et pas par toutes les communautés de recherche?
Alors, moi je dirais que Wikidata malheureusement suit le même destin de Wikipédia et peut-être, c'est-à-dire que c'est intéressant de réfléchir sur les potentiels, mais les chercheurs peut-être. Alors après, bon, on a des cas, voilà, je parle du chercheur moyen, voilà, faisons comme ça. Non, mais voilà, c'est-à-dire que... Alors, qu'est-ce qui se passe aujourd'hui? Aujourd'hui, on a deux choses. D'un côté, on a une obligation à ouvrir, qui devient une obligation, voilà, à ouvrir les données à la science ouverte, qui vient du financement, qui vient du plan de gestion des données, pour lesquels... Et de l'autre côté, on a quand même, depuis plus de 10 ans, les links web data qui deviennent quelque chose qui se diffuse dans d'autres formats, pas seulement Wikidata. Voilà, c'est des pratiques auxquelles plusieurs chercheurs sont proches. Alors évidemment, les chercheurs qui rentrent par la structure des graphes et la structure des données, ils sont plus proches à Wikidata. D'autres ont un peu peur du supercode, des questions techniques, voilà, on peut dire comme ça. Et peut-être il ne comprend pas les potentiels, je pense, Wikidata. Et justement, comme tu as bien dit, en termes de visibilité, alors aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Les chercheurs moyens, voilà, prenons cette catégorie, hein, mais c'est ça. Et il fait les plans de gestion des données et normalement, la personne en charge de l'accompagner va suggérer Nakala ou Zenodo, où il y a une plateforme ad hoc pour... Oui, exactement. Il y a des entrepôts de données qui justement soulèvent la question de l'invisibilisation. Et c'est là qui vraiment, voilà, Wikidata peut jouer un rôle. Bon, je vais mentionner quand même quelque chose de très important. La fondation Wikimedia France a financé une thèse de chiffres sous ces enjeux. Et c'est important à rappeler qu'il y a un enjeu aussi économique de l'ouverture, la publication des données, la sortie de l'invisibilisation de ces données peut aussi permettre de couper certains marchés qui s'appuient justement sur les non-accès à des données qui devraient être des données ouvertes. Et Wikidata peut jouer ses rôles. Après, la question qui peut être intéressante, voilà, je la pose à tout le monde, c'est une question que je me pose vraiment. Utiliser Wikidata implique qu'on a une connaissance qui est structurée. Parce que voilà, le principe, c'est qu'on structure la connaissance. Alors, souvent, quand on publie de la recherche, voilà, déjà, on est poussé à publier la recherche avant encore de l'avoir faite, non? La recherche est en train de se faire. Voilà, on publie. Et alors, je trouve... Bon, je connais plusieurs collègues. Bon, les problèmes qu'on rencontre souvent, c'est qu'on a déjà nous-mêmes du mal à modéliser la connaissance. Alors, je m'interroge sur comment Wikidata, est-ce que Wikidata devrait nous aider à modéliser? Est-ce qu'on devrait la concevoir comme un outil qui nous aide à penser aux modélisations du début, hein, ça peut être une hypothèse, ou est-ce qu'on dit Wikidata peut intervenir seulement quand on est assez avancé dans notre jeu de données pour lesquels on est capable de rentrer dans des structures résistantes et alors aussi entrer dans la dynamique collaborative. Parce que ce qu'il ne faut pas faire et que beaucoup de chercheurs commencent à faire, c'est utiliser Wikidata comme un entrepôt de données sans s'interroger sur les structures qui sont déjà là et comment on peut dialoguer avec la communauté qui est déjà là.
Est-ce que vous souhaitez réagir?
Peut-être qu'on peut rajouter, c'est peut-être plutôt le moment de parler de la charte pour la science ouverte, qu'on a vite fait présenter tout à l'heure, mais comme l'INHA, il travaille avec des chercheurs, chercheuses en histoire de l'art, il y a tout un enjeu justement à les sensibiliser sur la réutilisation de leurs données de recherche et on essaye le plus possible en fait de faire en sorte que ce soit mis à disposition et que ce soit réutilisable. Et donc on essaye aussi de les sensibiliser à Wikidata et à Wikimedia de manière générale. Voilà.
Merci. Est-ce que vous voulez réagir justement? Eh bien, maintenant du coup, on a tout est en ligne et tout est disponible et tout est réutilisable parce que nous avons respecté les principes FAIR, etc. Et maintenant, en fait, je vais me tourner aussi parce que tout ce dont on parle, au final, c'est aussi des sujets qui sont très centrés ESR, très centrés sur l'enseignement supérieur et la recherche. Et souvent, la science ouverte, elle a un petit peu de mal à aller chercher au-delà des personnes du monde de la recherche. Donc souvent, ce sont plutôt chercheurs, bibliothécaires et appui à la recherche qui vont s'emparer de ces sujets-là. Et ce que j'aimerais savoir justement, c'est comment est-ce qu'on fait pour essayer de toucher d'autres publics. Et là, je me tourne vers vous du coup, parce que ma question, c'était de savoir comment on fait en sorte qu'un public, qui soit un peu plus large que celui du monde de la recherche, puisse s'emparer du patrimoine, des numérisations et des résultats de la recherche aussi. Donc ça, si jamais vous voulez répondre aussi sur ce sujet-là. Et du coup, quel type d'actions de médiation peuvent être mises en place autour des collections qui sont potentiellement liées.
Alors, je suis arrivé à la conclusion depuis un certain nombre d'années qu'un musée qui n'est pas sur Internet est un musée qui n'existe plus dans le monde. Les collections qui ne sont pas en ligne sont des collections qui disparaissent de l'univers muséal. Et c'est assez frappant parce qu'il y a des musées étrangers, je ne citerai pas le pays, qui ne mettent pas en ligne leurs collections et ils ne font plus du tout partie de la communauté scientifique, notamment sur les domaines sur lesquels je travaille. Ils sont complètement exclus. Voilà, donc je suis un partisan, et avec Paul Chen, qui est responsable du service numérique du château de Versailles, qui est ici présent, nous avons eu le désir, je suis arrivé, c'était en gestation, et je l'ai poussé pour que ça marche, nous avons eu le désir de mettre en ligne nos collections. Et quand je dis mettre en ligne nos collections, c'est qu'elles soient accessibles à n'importe qui passe par le portail du château de Versailles. Il y a une page dédiée aux collections du château, et nous donnons les éléments basiques, c'est-à-dire une photographie, en moyenne qualité, il y a le nom de l'artiste, les dimensions, le numéro d'inventaire, et point, c'est tout. C'est la base, mais nous faisons connaître nos collections. Nous avons le projet actuellement de développer, le service numérique et le service de la communication va développer une nouvelle manière, un nouveau site internet du château, dans lequel nous donnerons des éléments complémentaires d'informations sur ces objets, notamment leur provenance et toute la bibliographie qui est liée à ces objets. Donc l'idée est qu'un internaute, un primo-internaute ou un primo-visiteur du château de Versailles qui passe par le site du château et qui découvre qu'il y a un site dédié aux collections, puisse savoir ce qu'il y a dans le château, et inversement, qu'un chercheur, plus ou moins confirmé, puisse trouver des informations complémentaires sur l'histoire de l'œuvre, et notamment la bibliographie, qui parfois peut être assez conséquente. Et nous lions à ces fiches, nous lions des images, des photographies, qui sont des photographies brutes. On ne peut pas travailler dessus comme vous le faites, vous, dans vos projets. Après, se pose la question de la diffusion des images auprès d'Internet, mais ça, c'est une autre question, je pense qu'on l'abordera, c'est les open data. Et moi, je pose toujours la question, je ne suis pas contre l'open data. L'open data, la gratuité coûte, il faut savoir qui paye. Voilà, là, je pose souvent la question. La gratuité coûte, il faut savoir qui paye. Est-ce que ce sont spécialement les institutions qui doivent payer pour cela? Oui, pourquoi pas, parce qu'on est un service public, mais ce n'est pas dans l'air du temps que ce soit... c'est dans l'air du temps chez certains, et ce n'est pas dans l'air du temps chez d'autres. Il y a de la résistance, et en même temps, on pousse à ce que ce soit... Et puis après, il faudra savoir qui réutilise et pourquoi.
Est-ce que quelqu'un veut réagir par rapport à ça? Parce que sinon, en fait, je trouve... Oui, vous voulez? Ou c'est bon? Je trouve ça assez intéressant. Est-ce que vous voulez un petit peu dire un peu plus sur les arguments qui pourraient être contre le fait et de diffuser de manière un peu libre et gratuite ces contenus?
Alors, est-ce que, je vais être un peu provocateur, hein, est-ce qu'un éditeur doit gagner de l'argent sur le fait que ce soit la communauté qui mette en ligne des photos pour lesquelles il ne souhaite pas payer des droits? Voilà, je pose cette question toute bête. Est-ce que, si je schématise, est-ce qu'une société privée peut s'enrichir grâce au travail de mise en ligne et d'offrir gratuitement une iconographie qui, pour l'instant, coûte cher, plus ou moins cher, à la publier? Est-ce que cet éditeur privé, dont le travail gagne de l'argent, hein, je ne mets pas du tout en compte cette idée, est-ce qu'il faut que ce soit gratuit? Est-ce qu'il payera mieux ses auteurs ou les photographes qu'il fait travailler pour autant? Voilà, je pose ces questions. Ce sont seulement les arguments pour lesquels je mets un bémol. J'en ai discuté avec des administrateurs. Il y en a un qui m'a dit, c'est simple, si tout est gratuit, toutes les photos, il y a un photographe dans mon service qui photographie les collections des châteaux. Si tout est gratuit, pourquoi vais-je payer un photographe pour cela? Autant, si quelqu'un veut une photo, qui paye un photographe, il paye les droits de la photo avec, et puis ensuite, comme ça, moi, je n'ai pas à payer un photographe, je n'ai pas à payer les terras de stockage. Le photographe de mon service, c'est 1 téra par an. Vous voyez les quantités, il travaille depuis 17 ans maintenant, vous voyez les quantités de terras qu'il faut garder, et j'ai un service informatique qui nous dit il va falloir faire du ménage là-dedans. Voilà, donc il y a un coût à un moment d'exploitation, voilà, qui le paye et jusqu'où on le paye. Est-ce qu'on demande à d'autres personnes de participer? C'est la même question. Doit-on payer pour entrer dans un musée qui est un établissement public, enfin, ou pas? Certains musées ont fait le pari de non. L'Angleterre, par exemple, c'est pas pour autant qu'ils ont plus de visiteurs. La France a fait ce pari de faire payer, et même certains musées celui dans lequel je travaille, de faire payer plus ceux qui sont extra-européens. Pour l'instant, ça marche. Jusqu'où ça marchera.
Oui, bah, je vais jouer votre jeu, c'est-à-dire, je ne porte pas ma position personnelle, mais je porte l'objection que normalement on porte à cet argument. Il y a des musées, dont notamment les Rijksmuseum ont pris comme exemple, c'est pour ça que je veux bien vous faire réagir sur ça, alors, je ne connais pas leur budget, voilà, je connais leur discours. Hein. Peut-être que c'est juste un discours marketing, vous savez, moi j'ai fait ça comme voilà, je forme des étudiants à ça. De toute façon, l'argument, c'est qu'ils ont ouvert un certain jeu de données, des photos. Alors, bon, il y a une distinction entre la photo, comme on a vu, qui est nécessaire pour la connaissance, et que malheureusement, je ne pense pas qu'il y ait d'autres acteurs que les musées. Voilà. Il n'y a pas d'autre acteur qui peut jouer la production des photos qui soient utiles pour l'archive et la recherche. Et après, voilà, il y a eu cette libération d'un jeu des photos. Et ce qui argumente les Rijksmuseum, c'est que la circulation de ces images apportées et la production des gadgets et tous des acteurs commerciaux qui ont pris du profit autour de ça, en fait, c'est rien comparable au profit qu'a eu les musées pour une augmentation de la visibilité, du tourisme, etc. Je ne sais pas comment vous voyez ce type d'argument. Peut-être, je répète, hein, c'est peut-être qu'ils ont construit un argument marketing. Voilà, mais...
Alors, il est vrai que certains musées, le Getty à Los Angeles, le Metropolitan Museum de New York, le Rijksmuseum, et je connais certains éditeurs qui vont systématiquement piocher dans leur collection pour illustrer de manière gratuite les ouvrages qu'ils publient d'histoire de l'art, ce qui fait que les auteurs ne sont pas contents parce qu'ils n'ont pas les images qu'ils aimeraient pouvoir publier.
Alors, je reviens sur la question de la gratuité, que c'était la question. La question est, vraiment, je pense que ouvrir, on a peur, c'est normal que la perte du contrôle, ça donne toujours, et souvent on a des peurs qui sont justifiées, mais sincèrement, alors l'alternative, pour moi, les alternatives qu'une institution peut avoir sont deux, c'est faire voler les photos ou les mettre en ligne dans un dispositif qui peut être contrôlé, qui par exemple traque les accès, les réutilisations, etc. Je pense qu'il n'y a pas une troisième possibilité que celle de garder les photos complètement sous droit parce qu'il y a des marchés alternatifs. Et je comprends, hein, vous avez complètement raison que les coûts tombe complètement sous les institutions publiques et il faut réfléchir à d'autres formes d'entrée, peut-être faire payer des billets plus chers, je ne sais pas, hein, ça pourrait être la solution. Mais il n'y a pas vraiment aujourd'hui une solution de bloquer la circulation d'images.
Oui, moi aussi, pour compléter sur cette question du coût, justement, en mettant gratuitement les contenus à disposition, aussi, donc, notamment avec 3IF, où du coup, on peut requêter, en fait, à volonté, je dirais, les documents. C'est vrai qu'une des questions qui se pose aussi beaucoup dans la communauté 3IF, c'est le coût que ça représente sur l'infrastructure, sachant que en ce moment, avec l'intelligence artificielle, on a des milliers de bots qui passent sur tous les contenus ouverts pour les récupérer et pour pouvoir s'entraîner dessus. Et en fait, ça provoque, alors j'ai plus les chiffres en tête, mais ça provoque des milliards et des milliards de requêtes sur les serveurs des institutions. Et ça aussi, c'est des coûts finalement qui sont assez colossaux et qui, en fait, les institutions vont mettre des contenus à disposition et en fait n'ont pas de retombées particulières dessus, mais doivent assumer au contraire cette montée, en tout cas du coût de la maintenance.
Sujet très intéressant. J'ai aussi envie de mettre mon grain de sel là-dedans, mais je me dis il est déjà 17. Mais il y a aussi les questions, tout simplement par rapport aux images, c'est-à-dire il y en a certaines qui sont déjà dans le domaine public et le fait de les numériser, est-ce que ça les enlève du domaine public ou pas? Et du coup, où tout le monde est censé y avoir accès. Mais c'est encore un autre sujet. Je pense qu'on pourrait refaire une table ronde sur ce sujet-là. mais on va avancer parce qu'il est déjà 17 et que du coup, après, ce serait quand même bien de pouvoir avoir quelques questions dans la salle. Oui, c'est ça. Du coup, c'est pour ça qu'on va avancer un petit peu. Je voudrais juste, sur la question finale, on va dire, et en une phrase, c'était par rapport un petit peu au lien qu'il pouvait y avoir à la fois entre les institutions et la communauté wikimédienne. Parce que finalement, souvent, les projets Wikimédia, on les voit plutôt comme des outils. Et on n'inclut pas toujours la communauté dans les projets qui sont faits au niveau des institutions. Et j'aimerais savoir, donc en quelques mots, quel lien pensez-vous possible de créer entre les institutions culturelles, du coup, et la communauté wikimédienne pour la valorisation, mais aussi la réutilisation du savoir pour qu'il puisse y avoir un travail commun entre les deux communautés, donc à savoir celle de culturelle, recherche, et celle des wikimédiens, qui souvent, des fois, est assez poreuse. Qui a envie de répondre en premier? C'est le problème.
Bon, je me lance, mais non, je pense que de toute façon, le principal lien, il est humain, et je pense qu'un des points intéressants, c'est peut-être d'avoir des personnes de l'environnement Wikimedia dans les institutions culturelles, et peut-être inversement, en tout cas, qu'il y ait des présences avec aussi peut-être dans les fiches de poste en fait, une part de mission qui est, je dirais, officiellement reconnue et mise en place. Après, c'est tout un travail aussi d'acculturation, où en fait, il faut que ça devienne aussi peut-être une... si, en fait, je pense que ce sont des outils, comme tu disais, où du coup, ça peut rentrer dans les pratiques de travail, dans les habitudes. Je pense que voilà, le point principal, c'est surtout l'échange entre les communautés. Je pense qu'on a les technologies après qui permettent d'échanger les données, en tout cas de les moissonner, de les rendre interopérables. Donc,
Est-ce que vous voulez?
Je vais rester un peu sec pour vous répondre. C'est un univers qui m'est un peu étranger, hein, je l'avoue simplement. Je ne sais pas si Paul, vous voulez dire quelque chose par rapport à donc Paul Chen, qui est responsable du service numérique du château de Versailles, qui est dans la salle. Je ne sais pas si vous voulez compléter par rapport à Wikimedia. Nous avions à un moment quelqu'un dans le château qui s'occupait d'alimenter en fiche Wikipédia les données du château. Il est parti parce qu'il a vécu d'autres choses et les choses se sont un peu taries.
Merci. On en parlait justement à l'instant tout à l'heure avec Wikimedia France. Nous, on est, comme vous le disiez, un service public pour le partage de la connaissance, et c'est vraiment pour nous très important, et on ne se voit pas du tout comme concurrent, mais complémentaire de Wikipédia. Et on est très heureux d'accueillir des Wikimédiens qui pourraient venir compléter la base de connaissances sur le château de Versailles, le domaine de Versailles, il y a beaucoup de choses. Et ce que je disais, c'est qu'on pourrait même en accueillir à dormir, parce qu'on a une petite maison maintenant, on peut accueillir des artistes en résidence, et là, ça pourrait être le cas pour la communauté Wikipédia quelques jours. Alors, pas des années, mais même s'il y a beaucoup de choses à dire. Mais c'est vrai que pour nous, c'est important. Et le château de Versailles, notre gouvernance, on est vraiment extrêmement favorable et très heureux d'être partenaire de cette semaine aussi. Donc avec plaisir.
De toute façon, c'est vrai que le château de Versailles a été la première structure à accueillir un Wikimedia en résidence en France.
Je vous invite à aller dans la résidence, c'est dans le domaine du Petit Trianon, c'est idyllique. C'est vraiment, essayez de postuler, vous verrez, c'est idyllique comme lieu.
Oui. Martha, tu voulais peut-être... C'est bon. Oui, on va passer du coup le micro pour la salle. Donc, derrière.
Qui a levé la main?
Bonjour, moi j'ai participé au projet Versailles, j'ai écrit du coup pas mal d'articles. Alors c'est pas forcément facile d'impliquer la communauté, mais on peut vraiment le faire sur des projets, enfin à la Versailles c'était assez prestigieux. Avant de faire ce projet-là, je ne connaissais par exemple strictement rien, j'allais même dire plus, je ne m'intéressais absolument pas au mobilier. Et je découvert des choses, des gens très intéressants, des sources. Et donc, par exemple, j'avais rédigé l'article sur le bureau du roi, mais je suis maintenant capable, grâce à ce projet-là, de différencier du mobilier Louis XIII, Louis XIV, fin Louis XVI ou début Louis XVI, où il y a une différence entre les deux. Par contre, c'est vrai que ce n'est pas forcément facile d'impliquer la communauté. Le Wikimedien est assez individualiste, il va aller sur ses centres de sujets. Et moi, en fin de compte, j'étais déjà fortement impliqué dans Wikimedia France, mais sinon, j'aurais peut-être pas naturellement été vers le projet Château de Versailles. Donc c'est peut-être les éléments à trouver, parce qu'une fois que vous l'avez accroché, le Wikimedien, il va s'accrocher longtemps. C'est-à-dire que même moi après, ça m'arrive encore de repasser sur des articles, de vérifier, d'aller chercher des sources. J'ai un frère qui habite Versailles, donc ça m'arrête des fois de m'arrêter à la bibliothèque de Versailles. Et donc là, on peut être accroché sur le long terme. Voilà, c'était juste mon témoignage.
On va faire parité. Donc, je pose la parole et ensuite
moi, c'est sur le projet Gallica avec les images. Ça me pose un peu des questions parce que je me dis qu'en fait, vous pouvez peut-être pas forcément les mettre sur Wikicommons. Enfin, typiquement, quand il y a des logos, quoi, luxe, ce logo peut continuer à être protégé, donc vous pouvez certainement pas le mettre sous Commons, quoi. Et après, il y a par exemple sur les données, enfin sur les images, je sais que la ville de Lyon, elle a mis pas mal de choses en open data et en fait, elle a fait une sorte de droit d'usage, c'est-à-dire que justement pour éviter que Google, Apple, etc. ne payent pas, en fait, de dire à partir d'un certain nombre d'utilisations de nos données, donc de vos images par exemple, vous payez un droit, quoi. Et donc ça, c'est dans la licence qu'ils ont mis sur leurs données. Et ça peut être une solution pour les images, justement, que ça ne soit pas forcément réutilisé par des gros éditeurs.
Donc Sikarov, moi je travaille sur Wikisource. Et donc merci Gallica pour tout le travail, parce qu'en fait c'est eux qui font, il y a Gallica, il y a Internet Archive, qui ont fait plein de scans de bouquins, de livres. Et moi ce qui m'a attiré dans le projet Wikisource, c'est aussi un peu votre retour, comment vous voyez l'interaction entre des professionnels qui fournissent un travail de très grande qualité, et puis après le passage dans le milieu populaire, c'est des gens n'importe qui peut faire, et quelle plus-value ça peut apporter. Et moi ce qui m'avait un peu interpellé sur l'aspect de Gallica, c'est en fait on est sur des images qu'on télécharge, c'est lourd, il y a des données en quantité, et le côté wiki c'est un côté de sobriété a priori, et de simplicité, donc une certaine facilité, et genre un bouquin, devrait pouvoir le lire facilement. Bon, l'infrastructure Wikisource n'est pas encore idéale pour ça c'est un vrai problème, mais du coup comment faciliter l'accès, je crois que c'est Wikisource peut apporter cette facilité d'accès pour lire des livres. Moi, notamment, je ne suis pas sur que des bouquins, mais je suis sur des encyclopédies. Et en fait, dedans, il y a énormément de données. C'est très, très riche. Sur Gallica, on est perdu. Il y a la même problématique de savoir où chercher, où aller. Voilà. Je ne sais pas quel est votre rapport. Comment est-ce que vous voyez, genre un Wikisource vis-à-vis des professionnels, amateurs, en fait, voilà. Et voilà.
Oui, c'est intéressant. C'est pas. Oui. Parce que nous, comme on est côté INHA et pas BNF, on n'est pas directement lié à Gallica, mais la question de l'architecture est vraiment intéressante. Surtout que Gallica est un très vieux site qui est apparu, je crois, en 97, 98. Et enfin, je trouve qu'il y a toute une question en fait, de l'intuitivité des interfaces qui évolue très vite, et Gallica est resté un peu... Enfin, n'a pas évolué de la même façon que d'autres sites. Donc c'est intéressant, je trouve. Mais sur Wikisource, j'ai pas spécialement de choses à dire. Je connais moins que Wikimedia Commons et Wikipédia. Toi, peut-être que...
Oui, alors c'est vrai que moi, je connais moins aussi, mais peut-être que... en tout cas, ça me fait penser comment je vois l'interaction. Je pense qu'un des gros points de tous ces espaces wiki, c'est justement la popularité qu'ils peuvent avoir et en fait l'accessibilité ou le référencement qu'ils ont, comparé en fait à beaucoup d'outils proposés par les institutions patrimoniales qui sont peut-être comment dire, connus par un public plus spécialisé. Et en fait, parfois, les gens ne sont pas du tout au courant en fait, de l'existence justement de toute cette richesse documentaire qui est mise à disposition. Là où justement tous les Wikimedia, Wikidata, etc. En fait, arrivent très rapidement dans les résultats de recherche et en fait facilitent énormément l'accès à la connaissance. Et du coup, c'est aussi des très bons moyens par la suite, je pense, donc d'avoir peut-être ces interfaces plus sobres dont vous parliez pour accéder au contenu. Et aussi de les lier aux institutions culturelles, justement par ces systèmes de rebond dans les données. Donc, voilà, ça me fait penser à ça. Je ne sais pas si ça répond tout à fait à votre question. Mais... ouais.
Mais c'est plus à titre personnel, si moi j'ai envie d'aller consulter un document sur Gallica, comme c'est des documents qui sont disponibles sous 3IF, je vais sur le site et en fait je les consulte directement avec 3IF, c'est beaucoup plus fluide. Et on ne sait pas forcément que c'est possible, mais on peut faire ça.
Oui, bonjour, merci. Donc, Shonagon, je contribue surtout sur les projets Wikidata, Wikimedia Commons, et je suis aussi, je travaille aussi, Benoît D, au musée d'Orsay. Donc, j'ai cette double casquette. Concernant l'ouverture, c'est vrai qu'on est quand même très fortement en attente d'évolution, comme il y a pu avoir dans les musées nord-américains, avec un intérêt certain, comme vous l'avez évoqué, Martha, d'externalité positive, qui fait qu'ils continuent à investir dans la production de ces photographies qu'ils mettent à disposition librement. Ça a en effet un impact sur le fait que ils sont beaucoup plus présents, ces musées, aujourd'hui, dans la production scientifique, au regret des auteurs, bien sûr, mais même, il faut bien voir que dans le contexte français, les auteurs ont des difficultés à produire des articles sur leur propre collection du fait des restrictions imposées à leur musée. Donc, il serait souhaitable de faire évoluer cette situation, y compris pour les auteurs conservateurs, conservatrices, notamment dans les musées. On peut voir aussi qu'il peut y avoir des situations intermédiaires, comme l'exonération de gratuité qui a été prévue pour les cas de publication dans certains contextes, d'utilisation pédagogique, scientifique ou culturelle pour des tirages, par exemple, à moins de 1500 exemplaires. Donc on peut toujours faire évoluer les choses. Donc, sur ce côté-là. Après, en effet, c'est un vaste sujet qui pourrait demander bien plus d'échanges. Je voulais aussi revenir sur les problématiques de 3IF et de la mise en place de rapport avec les projets Wikimedia, et même de 3IF en soi. C'est vrai que nous, on a un vrai souci sur intégrer 3IF dans une publication. Il faut toujours avoir en tête que le numérique est assez fragile en réalité. Et une publication, ça doit être un contenu qui doit être pérenne et solide sur le long terme. Et rendre une publication dépendante d'un service tiers est pas souhaitable. Enfin, d'un point de vue, pour nous, en termes d'édition et d'édition numérique scientifique, on doit s'inscrire sur le très long terme. Et on n'a pas à être dépendant d'un service tiers pour l'affichage des images. C'est une des raisons pour lesquelles aussi ça serait problématique d'intégrer sur les projets Wikimedia. Je rappelle que c'est déjà le cas en partie depuis 10 ans. Que le serveur 3IP Viewer intègre de la fragmentation d'images qu'on peut coupler avec les propriétés qu'on retrouve sur Wikidata de position relative dans l'image, qui permet déjà de faire de la notation en utilisant justement ces technologies de 3D. C'est un peu compliqué et ça marche pas bien. Ça marche pas bien parce que aussi la demande est faible dans la communauté. Ça fait partie des délices de vœux, et ça il y a 10 ans, hein. C'est du 2016, 2015, 2017, où il y avait eu des demandes, il y avait une évolution qui avait été faite, et puis finalement, bon, ça a marché, ça marchait pas bien, là, ça marche quasiment plus aujourd'hui, parce qu'il n'y a pas d'usage en réalité. D'une part, parce que ça complexifie la contribution. Une des forces des projets Wikimedia, c'est leur simplification technico-documentaire, qui fait que c'est facile de faire une... Bien sûr que on pourrait faire quelque chose de quelque part qui soit plus solide, le lien à un manifeste avec une annotation de l'image, mais ça va demander des interfaces et de l'outillage et de la conceptualisation pour la contribution ou le contributeur, qui est beaucoup plus compliqué que de prendre l'image, de faire un crop et d'aller la publier, qui est hyper simple à faire. Et cette logique de simplicité, elle est hyper importante dans les projets Wikimedia. L'autre problématique, c'est que si on veut utiliser un 3IF, alors déjà, encore une fois, on devient dépendant de services tiers et c'est toujours fragile. Et l'autre chose, c'est aussi, est-ce qu'on est légitime à faire des manifestes 3IF sur des œuvres qui sont conservées dans d'autres établissements? Est-ce que ça ne serait pas plutôt aux autres établissements d'exposer leur manifeste, et après au projet on n'a pas, nous, à être référence d'autorité sur quelque chose qui est conservé sur une institution qui est justement là pour faire autorité.
Oui, c'est un peu pour ça qu'on avait insisté sur le fait que c'était une approche exploratoire. On a bien conscience de tout ça, et notamment, vous avez sûrement vu passer donc, le document qu'on a évoqué. J'ai oublié le nom des auteurs, j'aurais dû le noter, mais qui expliquait bien justement tous ces problèmes d'architecture, du fait que c'était un service tiers et qu'il faudrait donc créer une instance de stockage particulière. Donc on a conscience que ce serait difficile et long à mettre en place, mais on trouve quand même que la discussion est intéressante.
En fait, j'ai réagi un peu en retard aux commentaires du contributeur au fond de la salle. Voilà. Je voulais juste un point important sur les projets. Voilà. Quand il y a ces projets en collaboration entre institutions autour des collections, les projets Wikipédia, pour moi, ne sont pas évidents pour les nouveaux contributeurs. Bon, c'est plutôt un point de réflexion pour vous, que vous êtes plus anciens contributeurs. Il faudrait vraiment que c'est un nouveau contributeur, bon, je l'ai dit pour mon expérience dans certains projets, si des nouveaux contributeurs se manifestent sur des fiches projets, je pense que c'est là la matière sur laquelle travailler, des personnes qui tombent au hasard dans des fiches qui sont dans des projets, leur faire comprendre la logique projet. Bon, c'est juste une suggestion un peu d'externe, parce que je pense que les nouveaux contributeurs ne se rendent vraiment pas compte des projets.
Merci. Eh bien, si jamais vous avez d'autres questions ou d'autres remarques ou quoi que ce soit, je vous propose de continuer plutôt dehors, parce que je crois qu'il est temps de rendre la salle. Merci beaucoup et bonne Wikimania. Et merci pour votre participation.
Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, nous avons une pause.
commencé à te mettre. Je filmais, elle était en train de.
so if you want to show people where to find the documents, you need to do that. But maybe not, maybe we don't do that.
If you want, check. You want I go out? It's okay.
It's okay. It's only in order to people can find the workshop stuff. So
The second microphone for the question.
And can you open the workshop document?
Wait.
Okay.
Because we'll need to switch to the workshop.
Okay, I tried to get some people. Come, ethnographic collections. Yeah, I know. But you're here now. Good. More noise?
It's for the question.
For the Q&As?
Yeah, for the Q&A. You open here. Okay?
Right, gotcha. Yes, thank you. Or I can... Ethnographic collections? Yes, welcome to... No, okay, I can just... Welcome people welcome to the ethnographic collections sessions. We'll be starting momentarily, very short. Greetings to the online people as well. We're just gonna get some more people joining us and then we'll go ahead. Yes? Yes, I'll try to get some more people out there.
Did the room change? I thought
It
this
did
was the
change.
research one.
It changed.
Oh, okay.
We were at the west.
I did some announcements. Do you want to just go?
Huh? I don't know, people are probably quickly.
So want to hold a few more minutes or?
But we should be starting.
It's up to you. Go, stay, wait, exercise.
Have the others started?
I don't know. So how should I introduce you?
As Beat and Sandra.
But
Sandy and
Beat.
Beat. Okay. So you ready to go?
I think so. Where do you want to stand, baby?
Is it on now? It is on, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start now with another beautiful session. So please give a warm welcome to Beat and Sandy. Take it away.
Hey.
Welcome.
Thank you for coming. Well, we are going to present this methodology that we developed in my university in Puebla, Mexico. So first, we are going to give you some context, and after we're gonna enter in this transfer workshop. So it's okay.
We need to close the door.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, if... Thank you. So would you?
Yeah, so welcome from my side as well. Like the presentation is going to be about the method that allows us to introduce, like to integrate artists into hackathon settings. And it's a project that we developed in cooperation with the Benemérita Universidad Autónoma de Puebla, BUAP, la BUAP, with its art school. And to give you some context, we're going to give a short introduction into what are cultural hackathons, and then talk about the culture flow methodology we developed and tested the first time about 3 years ago. Give you some showcases from Mexico that have purely artistic projects. Like this? Yeah. So online you can get more, huh? Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Then we move on to how the method is implemented, and then kind of show you where we're kind of also collecting the best practice descriptions in view of the outreach and the dissemination of this approach. And the second part, and I think that's very important for you to keep in mind, the second part is going to be trying to activate you to see whether you can identify context in your country, in your countries, where you could implement this method and think about like what are the success factors that should be met to actually start it. So during the presentation, please keep that in the back of your mind and try to find out until we get to the workshop part. It's about ethnographic collections. Welcome.
Oh, is it a research thing?
No.
To the west, please.
And send the others over. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're having a lot of confused people. Like, yeah. So keep in mind the question whether you could picture yourself implementing something like that in your own country, in your own setting, because in the workshop part we're going to form groups around people who would like to picture themselves like that and work concretely on a case. So, hackathons. What are cultural hackathons? A hackathon is an event format, but also a methodology that brings together people from various backgrounds, from various professions, to collaborate together during typically 2 to 3 days in the same space on the development of projects. And since 2008, the open data movement has been using hackathons as a tool to bring together data providers and data users and to get these different user groups interact with each other. You get heritage people talking to software developers, artists to designers, and so on. And in there, of course, we also have a lot of Wikipedians, Wikidataists. And the cultural hackathon is a hackathon focusing on the reuse of cultural and or heritage data, and that's what we have been doing in Switzerland since 2015, and we have been doing now in Puebla for the 2nd year this time, and the last one just took place in June of this year, and we will finish our input presentation with some examples from that June hackathon. But now I would like to hand over to my dear wife, Sandra Palacios.
Thank you. Well, so the first time that we set to work together, we start thinking about how we can manage to get together so different profiles of people, because in my case I'm a professor in a visual arts university, school. So the thing was that, of course, the GLAM, it's about people who knows tech and also who knows this cultural heritage background. But in my case, I had these students who are artists and they are very creative. So one of the main goals of this kind of hackathons is the reuse of the data. So that means that, yeah, it could be based on the other GLAM hackathons, but in our case, we want to add this specific approach of the artist reusing actually the data. So the thing is, a culture flow aims to encourage and facilitate public participation and artistic creation around the topics addressed in the GLAM hackathons, that also, in my case, it, ¿cómo se dice? Apuntan o tienen que ver con.
Pointing to?
Yeah, pointing. Well, to ethnographic collections, because that's the thing here. When my students and I were invited to the 10th edition of the Swiss Glam Hack in 2024, yeah, that was the challenge, to really show an intervention of the artist in this kind of events. So since then, it happens several nice things, and I want to share with you showcases. This is the kind of things that happen when artists and tech people get together in a hackathon. So let me show you. It's here. Let me show you this as. This is a video that my students make, a short, based on mask collections in a Swiss museum that belongs to our culture, but we didn't know that they were there. So my students find it, digging in the database of this museum, and then they make this very nice shirt. I hope you like it.
the starting point of this project were these 3 masks, which you could see at some point in the video. And we're very proud of this project because we actually did it for full circle. This video is currently exhibited in the museum as part of the permanent collection. So they have interactive screens where you can see different like participatory videos, and among them this video plus a making of movie of that group, which also kind of talks about their connection to the mask culture of Mexico.
Yeah, and also it was very nice experience because my students dig in also not only in the mask, but also they kind of discover new things about our own culture. So they make this in in a very nice way. We are very happy with the results, and now they really made this reappropriation, sorry for my English, and of this heritage that, yeah, as Mexican people, it's very tough for us to reach that kind of museums, and well, it's a pity that most of us, we can't go there and see what they have about us in their own museums. So for me, the most important thing is to reappropriate, at least in a digital way, of these collections that belong to our culture. So, well, this is the best example, but we also have another example that is very interesting because it's not only the things that they find in the museums, but only the potential on the discovery of our own culture just by chance almost, like in this case that we also want to show you.
We had like 4 examples here. We will show just 2 of them and invite you to explore the others by yourself, because otherwise we will spend too much time. This is a film project, and I just have to warn you, it's a very nice one, but unfortunately so far we haven't been able to actually put it in practice and realize it. But it shows the potential of this approach. And again, it starts with one figure from a Geneva museum.
Nace como una propuesta para el Glam Hack, realizado en la Benemérita Universidad Autónoma de Puebla, en México. Está inspirada en una estatuilla albergada en el Museo de Etnografía de Ginebra, en Suiza. Hola, mi nombre es Tony Meneses, director de Mujer Lipán. Me gustaría compartirles los avances de nuestro proyecto. Al inicio, Natalia Mejía, Felipe Lara y yo pensamos en realizar una obra cinematográfica en stop motion, donde la estatuilla cobraba vida para hacer un viaje de regreso a México y así reencontrarse con su pasado, su cultura y su gente. Para esto realizamos una investigación donde nos encontramos documentos, artículos y entrevistas con activistas lipanes. Esta investigación nos mostró que la cultura lipán ha sido constantemente invisibilizada, históricamente perseguida y erróneamente representada. Con esto en mente nos dimos cuenta que debíamos dar otro paso y que teníamos que hacer la representación de su cultura con la mayor responsabilidad posible. Es así como nos dimos a la tarea de contactar activistas lipanes que nos pudieran asesorar con la obra. Afortunadamente logramos hacer contacto con Iván Alexander de León, que es activista y antropólogo lingüista que ha representado a los lipanes del estado de Coahuila por varios años y ha llevado el mensaje de su cultura al Congreso de México. Después de dialogar con él, se unió al proyecto como asesor. Al tener ahora contacto directo con los lipanes, decidimos que el camino de la obra tendría que ser más complejo y profundo, por lo que pedimos la asesoría y apoyo en producción a Erika Mercado. Erika Mercado cuenta con amplia experiencia en producción documental, pero sobre todo en trabajo con comunidades indígenas en varios estados de México. Hoy Erika Mercado es la productora.
Sorry, the internet.
en varios estados de México. Hoy Erika Mercado es la productora.
Oh yeah, it stops over there.
Do you have it somewhere? Local?
I guess. Let me. Oh, we can.
Mujer Lipan es la productora del proyecto. Continuamos desarrollando el proyecto y decidimos que el camino sería hacer un documental participativo, en donde la tribu Apache Lipan dialogaría con nosotros acerca de sus preocupaciones, temas a visibilizar, características culturales y eventos históricos que quisieran compartir. Este trabajo participativo con la comunidad lo planeamos hacer visitando los lugares que hoy habitan en Coahuila, que son la Sierra de Arteaga, Los Lirios y San Antonio de las Alazanas, para así entrevistarlos de forma personal y grabar a su gente y los lugares que habitan. Actualmente, y gracias al apoyo de Iván, contamos con la intención de participación de 3 familias en 3 sierras diferentes. Además, y gracias al apoyo de Sandra Palacios y Beat Esterman, hemos realizado valiosos diálogos, incluyendo una charla con Sara Sánchez del Olmo, que es curadora del Museo de Etnografía de Neuchatel. Este diálogo generó descubrimientos muy importantes en torno a la estatuilla, lo que nos lleva a concluir que esta será un detonante importante para incentivar la representación verdadera de la cultura Lipan y la generación de nuevo conocimiento. Actualmente estamos realizando los planes de acción para la visita a Coahuila, en donde no solo grabaremos la cultura Lipan y los lugares que habitan, sino que dialogaremos directamente con las familias y representantes para priorizar los temas a tratar. Además, realizaremos dinámicas para crear bocetos de historias o cosmovisiones que surjan durante el diálogo y así poder representarlas en stop motion cuando regresemos a Puebla. Mujer Lipan tendrá una extensión de aproximadamente 10 minutos y será un documental coral participativo de acción viva con algunas representaciones en animación stop motion.
So we found a lot of green lights, and what surprised me positively is that this Lipan community actually said they would be very happy to be shown to the world. So first we were like thinking, yeah, maybe they're not that happy that we draw them to the fore, to public visibility, but yes, currently they feel safe enough as a community to kind of talk to the world about themselves after like history of genocide. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to raise sufficiently money sufficiently fast, and the director is also now, he has different projects that are funded, so it's like on both sides we're not really moving forward, but I think this type of project is a type of project we would like to realize, maybe with different cultures that are nearby Puebla. We have like mountains nearby Puebla with also many indigenous cultures. And I think that's really a cool thing if we can make that connect to have a participatory project of minority cultures that are even a discovery, even for your students, right? Yeah. Good. So now we're kind of shifting into the practical part, and it's a few slides like to keep in mind maybe for the workshop part, like if you picture this kind of project in your setting. Coming from the Swiss hackathon, where we never really managed to involve artists in a sustainable manner. There have been over 10 years, we have had like 2 artistic projects only. Like looking at that and this experience, I kind of try to come up with the success factors. Like what do you need to have in place that you can successfully involve artists in this type of project? And the first thing is like having access to the artists themselves through an institution and the possibility to accompany them over a longer period of time during the elaboration of the projects, not just a 2-day hackathon. Then the second one is the mobilization of resource. BUAP helped us a lot in mobilizing like in-kind resources like materials, equipment, but then also official recognition of the work in some cases. They have the social service, they have practicas, internship type of assignments, so the students can gain credits for their work inside the academic curriculum. It's kind of a sort, it's not a real payment, but it's a sort of a payment. And then we need events for the presentation of the projects to a wider audience, so we can actually encourage them to go these first steps. The video project and also the second example we didn't show, also video, they're currently also going to be screened in what are they called?
And one feria del libro, pero
One in a book fair, and the other one I think is going to be in a short film festival, something like that. So, but to get there, like to have these intermediate steps to mature the project, it's good to have some events where you can already screen it, and we used the hackathon in Lucerne to actually screen it for the first time, like in the project stage, screen it to an audience, and that adds a lot of it's an important motivational factor. And then of course with one of the projects, the collaboration with the museums was a huge factor to actually get them to go the last mile and realize the movie, right? Then as an input, very important for the setting in which we function is access to museum catalogs and to open content that is ideally reusable. And then what also helps is a real cooperation with a heritage institution that is actually ready to take something back, like enter a real dialogue. So we not only take stuff from the ethnographic collection to Mexico to do something with it, but what we're doing there's being fed back to the public in Switzerland. And I think for me that's it's an indicator of success when we manage to go full circle and get this real engagement on both sides. So the implementation is quite straightforward. We have it here, but you will also find it online on our project site. The first phase is the initialization. As we mentioned, we need some institutional partners usually. You need to get access to the artists and find a setting where you can work with the artists over a longer period of time. Then the second phase is the onboarding of participants and the access to heritage material. In our case, we also taught them about Open GLAM in general, about open licensing, about the whole spirit of collaboration. And then more concretely on the material, you start to like with brainstorming activities or also maybe remembering living memories, doing their own research around what they have found in the catalogs. And then you move in the third phase into a co-creative setting. Can be during a hackathon, can also be before a hackathon, but you need to get the students in a space where they can form groups and make their first trials with their ideas. And then once they have settled around a concrete project, then we get into the realization phase of the project. And then the fifth phase is the public exhibition or screening phase. And then 6 and 7 is documentation and of course reflection and evaluation. That's then on our side, like when we try to shape the next iteration of this program. And you will find our documentation on Meta, on the MetaWiki. We framed it as a campaign. It's called Wiki Loves Collective Memories. We would like to see this kind of approach or similar approaches reproduced elsewhere. Well, that's an idea we're kind of throwing at you. But we would be very interested in collaborating across the globe, facilitating access to heritage institutions in Europe, in North America, maybe in other parts of the world who have collections that are international in scope and that lend themselves to this type of international dialogue and collaboration. And of course, In the case of Mexico, we are also building up a local GLAM program, so we want to involve not only international museums, but also eventually the museums in Puebla and in other Mexican states. Yeah, so it's an international campaign to share and disseminate best practices. We want to establish connections between museums and the people concerned by their collections. And we want to promote a pluralistic view on these heritage collections. And we know there's like plenty of stories hidden in them, some of them interesting, some of them painful, some of them curious, some of them surprising. And there's many ways we can interact today with those collections. And I think they're also an opportunity to create new links internationally between institutions and people and organizations, and to kind of collaborate. And in the process, give a voice to the communities of origin. I think it's very important to have some sort of a dialogue going on there. So you're welcome to join. And now I will finish this part, or we will finish this part with some project ideas from the hackathon of this year. And compared to the examples we showed you so far, these are not projects only involving artists, but artists working with software developers and other professionals. So the first one is about a textile collection from the so-called Wereld Museum. It's like a Museum of World Cultures of the Netherlands. And some of our participants, they came up with an idea to run an expert sourcing campaign to improve the metadata and also translate the metadata about a textile collection gathered by 2 women. And yeah, 200 items are currently in this Dutch museum. And the idea is to invite experts to collaborate and to provide metadata, and then of course we would like to invite them to also write 1 or 2 Wikipedia articles about topics related to these techniques. Some of them seem to be typical to pre-Columbian cultures, techniques of working with textiles. So that's Diego, one of the promoters of this project. The second project starts with a collection at the Museum Riedberg in Zurich. The museum also uploaded the images to Wikimedia Commons and the data to Wikidata. And we have now an app for the exploration of the collection. You're invited to check it out, maybe some, like after the session. Just hear some impressions. There's a map, you can click around different timelines, different countries, and then you see high-resolution photos of these artifacts. And this runs completely on Wikidata and Wikimedia Commons. And they also integrated some games which you can play. So they were thinking, how can we also make it engaging for kids? So check the app out at some point. It's a really cool app, and we're currently in contact with the museum to see to what extent they're going to support the further development of the app, maybe also move towards 3D renderings of the objects. And in the longer term, of course, we would like to extend that approach to further collections that are also sitting on Wikimedia Commons and Wikidata. Then the third project started with a challenge called Through the Eyes of the Stranger. I provided biographies of people who traveled Mexico, collecting items throughout Mexico, and asked the students to kind of check them out and see what they can make of the different attitudes they find among these people, these collectors from other countries, and how they react to that, and do an artistic treatment of these different people. So yeah, they digged into the material. They found very stark differences in attitudes, and started like an artistic reflection, also a sociological reflection around this. And this is a project that is still ongoing, so it's at a very early stage. Now, maybe asking you, are there at this point any questions of understanding before we move to the interactive part? Yes. We need a mic. Do we have a mic? Yep.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. I'm curious, so if I understood well, the were seen in a museum in Switzerland, but what you did is a digital reappropriation, not the masks themselves. They're still there.
No, the masks, they stay in Switzerland, yes.
Are there conversations to get them back to Mexico?
These masks are not super interesting for Mexico because they exist like many times in Mexico itself. You go to a market, you can buy these type of masks. They're
Okay.
also not super old. They're not super unique. I think the collector just bought them maybe in the first half of the 20th century.
Okay, so it's not sacred things that you would want to
No,
give them back.
no.
Thank you.
We have discussions with the museum director. I don't know if you're aware of Mesoamerican culture, but they have only about 10 written documents from pre-Columbian times in the world today still existing. All the others were destroyed and they were burned. And most of them are outside Mexico. And there, one step is to have full electronic repatriation. That means you try to have the best online rendering, virtual rendering, so a maximum of people can actually have access. And maybe that's for them even a better solution to have these UK universities pay for that than to just put it into a museum in Mexico and not having access to it. So there's a reflection about that. And then there's another big piece it's sitting in a Vienna museum. It's the only existing specimen of a, what is it called? Penacho. It's a headdress of the Aztec kings. And yeah, in the Mexico museum, they have a replica. And the Vienna museum has the only original. So there, I have heard people in Mexico saying we would like to have that one back. Then the figure you saw before in the video, that one from the Geneva Museum, these kind of figures, we feel, our impression is there's only a few left in Europe. We haven't seen any of these items in the big museums in Mexico. They're very fragile. It's made of wax, and it's from the 19th century, so you can imagine with the temperature shifts and all this stuff, it crumbles, falls apart. And so far we haven't had any discussions or calls or so. We were reflecting like maybe if we manage to realize that film and get in touch with the community, maybe at some point the idea would pop up that we could do a joint project, maybe with a cooperation project with the museum in Geneva and museums in Mexico to maybe make that figure travel. We don't know whether it makes sense to actually exhibit it because it's super fragile. But for the community, it's already a big value to see that kind of figure because there's not a second one of these kind of female figure. They have male warriors, but female warrior like that, never. Those specialists from the community itself, they have never seen such a thing.
I want to add something. Yeah, it's a very tough discussion nowadays. This repatriation of the artifacts, but for us, the first step is digitalization in order to let our culture know what is over there, what of our culture is in these international museums. And then after that, we can reflect if we are interested or not in the physical artifact, because also, well, one particular thing regarding this Lipan woman is that when the activist, when the ¿cómo se dice el heredero cultural?
Well, the descendants
Uh-huh.
of the
He saw that figure and says, it doesn't belong to us. We never make this kind of craft, right? So it's very nice to know that such a thing exists in a software museum, but the reality is that maybe this is just for tourists, and it's okay that they have it there so they know that we are a culture here, but we are not very interested in having this piece here with us, right? So cases like that lead us to maybe wait first for the digitalization and the dialogue with the cultures, and then think about what's the next step. Do we really need to repatriate these pieces or not? Yeah, it's very interesting, yeah.
Thank you for your question. Any other questions? Thoughts? Yeah.
Thank you for this presentation. This movie made by your students is amazing, really. So it is exposed in Switzerland now, yes?
The first one, yeah, the one about masks, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's, you know, that you can see the actual masks, and there's a interactive screen where you can click and you can see the movie, and there's a second video. It's kind of a making of, or like where the maybe more like the artists explaining their view and experience with the mask and their ideas. And they had a shorter exhibit in the foyer of the museum, where they had like the puppets, the little dolls, and the textiles that they produced. They exhibited them in the museum as well. But that was only half a year. The rest will stay several years. Yeah.
So and I have another question. It was like, so I think I have been listening to you, and the clue for me is participation. Sorry for my English now, because this method is very familiar to me. I tested this and organized it in Poland many 10 years ago, but among Polish community, but local small communities in villages. And as you were talking about this audience at the end, this element of the audience and making a show, yes. So we invited representatives of these small villages that we have filmed through the year, and questioning, interviewing, to Warsaw, to the cinema at the National Museum of Ethnography. And it was like an evening show and walk to the Warsaw city and everything for them. Of course, it also depends on money. We have to finance this and everything. So it was funded by Culture Ministry and grant and everything, Wikimania Polska, everything. But it was a whole year of documenting whole small communities, traditions. But I think during the years, like it was 10 years ago, and then were next projects, and now I'm thinking, listening to that, the clue is this participation, and I was wondering if you have like academic discussion on participation methods in the beginning of this project, or it was just idea that, okay, it's important to ask Lipayo people that we are doing this and explain it to our students, or maybe it was like the core element of your plan, like participation method in pedagogy or ethnography, or doing things?
No, we're not coming from so much from an academic point of view in this field, and I think you need to go a bit with the energies you find and the communities and their possibilities. I think the Lipan example shows very well that, yeah, we had this very nice project, but we don't have the power to actually make it happen. So I guess it serves as a source of inspiration, but maybe we need to downsize a bit. And yeah, we need to introduce maybe more reflection about participatory projects among the art students. I think there are ideas like that in Bois.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we are trying to get involved more and more disciplines, because yes, for me this example led us to very deep research, and even with cultural heritage classes in the university, we now, well, me, just me, I'm trying to teach this to my students, this methodology, and make them to reflect on all this heritage that we found in these European museums, but also to make them, ¿cómo se dice? Aproximarse a las to get familiar with these collections, because in these cases the students didn't know about these pieces, just ignored them, and we are in an art school, right? And they never dig in these archives, so it has a lot of potential, because we didn't know about these collections, and also in our university nobody knew. So, and also in the museums, they have some stuff, but they ignore a lot about that. Well, it is the case in a lot of international museums that they have just one expert in Latin American collections, and it's very little information, you know. Only for my country, well, we need to research a lot just for one piece. So yeah, it's...
The next thing I would like to explore is, like, from an academic point of view, maybe also like the role artistic research can play in kind of generating knowledge. It's maybe less scientific, instrumentalist knowledge. It's more maybe intuition and kind of ways of appreciating the things that come at you and kind of making something out of it. I think that's something I would like to explore and see how it goes. But from my experience with the GLAM hackathons, which I've been doing like now in the 12th year, every year, it's nice to build a community from where you can always move forward and have the thematic orientation evolve organically. If you try to make it too abstract and theoretical, I think you also increase the chances that you will fail. So are we ready to switch to the interactive part? I think we could make 2 or 3 groups. Is anybody ready to get into the role of a hypothetical organizer of such an activity in their own country? Show of hands. Who feels like doing that? And by the way, if somebody wants to work in a language other than English, that's fine too, but you would need to agree in your group on the language, I guess. And do we have any online participants? Is anybody following the online? No. Okay.
No question.
Fine. So, show of hands, 1 or 2 or 3 persons who would like to be the organizer, and then maybe go through these guiding questions. Don't be shy. Ah, you don't see the... Yeah. But you saw our slides before, right?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm just good.
This is also in Ebony here. You can find it.
If you go to the session,
Yeah, you can find it here.
to the session page, below you'll find the collaborative document, but maybe you show the guiding questions. So those who don't want to stay, you can leave, and then maybe it would be nice to have at least 1 or 2 groups.
So if we're going to answer, but because I have a session
Uh-huh. Well, you can do it for yourself in these collaborative documents if you want. Yeah. And if you're interested in keeping in touch, that would be great. Yeah.
Because I think for your collective memory thing,
Yeah.
you're like recalling the past. But
Yes.
in my organization, what we do is we focus on documenting, sharing, and protecting the present for AI and the future generations. So it's kind of like
Yeah.
weave together.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice.
Yeah, let's think about that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What is your name? Bani. Bani? Uh-huh.
I'm
From the Philippines. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, so I'm Vanch from the Philippines.
Vanch.
Yes,
Mhm.
we are on the domain of knowledge continuity. We
Yes.
lead the knowledge continuity in the age of AI.
Yeah.
So what we are doing is working with cultural organizations to preserve, protect, document, and share the culture in an ethical and responsible way, like knowledge domains like the traditions, oral history, living heritage, etc., and encoding them in platforms like Wikidata, Wikipedia, Wikicommons for the AI systems to be able to train on them,
Mhm.
and the culture doesn't become extinct, and so that for the future generations they may still be able to access it. So that's what we do.
Yeah. And you were kind of resonating with the idea of of having artists working with it, or more
Yes,
like
yes,
a hackathon
definitely.
setting?
No, no,
Yeah.
no. We haven't done the hackathon actually,
Yeah.
which gave me that idea. But as to now, it's still abstract on my end. Like I
Yes.
cannot,
Yeah.
I cannot think of why are we going to do hackathon. But we already discussed about doing hackathon, but we just don't know how it goes yet.
It allows you to bring people
Yeah.
from various backgrounds
Yes,
together who
yes,
usually don't meet.
yes,
So
yes.
in
Because in our place,
organizations.
it's usually just tech hackathon and startups
yeah.
and tech people,
Yeah,
dev
it's a
people, and
different
all of
field.
those things. But
Yep.
like, I'm interested on the cultural hackathon that
Yeah.
you mentioned earlier,
Mhm.
and I was like, okay, if collective memory is like, I mean, touching on the past, then
Mhm.
we should be doing the same thing, but for the present and the future. So I think,
Sure.
it is still that connection.
Yeah.
There's still connection because it's still knowledge base, and still it's human knowledge.
Yeah, and you can go anywhere from, like, if you take this stuff as a starting point with the community and the challenges you put, you can go anywhere. You can do stuff for the future. You can collect oral history from today. You can whatever you want.
I was actually, while you were doing the lecture, I was actually researching on the monetization part. I mean, not making money, but the funding source. Because, of course, if we'll do hackathon and the knowledge continuity process or the project, it would need like funds. And I'm really like thinking of, okay, who's gonna fund this?
Well, our idea was, like, the original thing was that we get funding from Switzerland and we work with European museums, and that gives us like a few years to experiment before we actually kind of get funding from Mexico already.
Yeah, we
And-
already have like 14 years of experience, but because those are fragmented, like Wikimedia projects.
Yeah.
So we didn't realize that up until this year, we are already like creating a new domain, which is the knowledge continuity for the AI era. So now we can, of course, we cannot fully bank on funding from the Wikimedia Foundation because of the things that are happening right now. So we're thinking of external funders or like creating a framework or a structured like micro credentials that people can enroll and get accredited to become knowledge conservationists or knowledge stewards, and then they can use that as their credentials. So that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and at least as important as having some basic funding for the hackathon itself or for the program is the motivation of the participants. Like they put so much effort and resources into it, you know, from their own motivation. They have all kinds of motivation. Some of them is learning, some of them is having a showcase, some of them is just sitting and doing art, like sculpting things, and they're happy with this and being part of something. Yeah. So thanks a lot. Let's keep in touch.
Keep in touch because I want to learn more about how artists participate and then how interests in the
Anybody else who with whom it resonated a bit? Maybe we can go down there. Make it a more a smaller setting.
We don't want to work in groups, as you say.
Yeah, you don't want to work in groups, right? But we don't need the mics anymore.
Oh, yeah.
No? Huh?
But maybe there is nobody following. Okay.
No, and I think we can just keep it in this circle.
Okay.
And you could join in as well. I'm just saying, not necessarily. Not necessarily make this a public video, whatever.
You don't want to record?
No, if there's no online participants, I think we can cut it here.
We can cut it here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Sure. So we can cut the stream because
Yeah, we will just work here. I think it's a more.
Okay, my question is, I am a Wikimedian. I am also an artist. I make collage, and my question is, what is what happened when artists interact with